Hello? Hello? Can you guys hear me okay? Yeah. Okay. I think it's fixed.
I rescind
Probably, yeah.
I rescind all jokes. Please strike from record.
Hello?
At least for shift.
I can hear you.
Shift 2, we're doing all right.
You're good.
We're up at AirX, and I think we're spread out pretty good. Everybody in my group is able to hear and talk normally.
You guys want to see the PBSO dance that I invented?
That's
Yeah.
fine.
All right,
Hold on, give me a
that's fine.
second,
Then
I
we'll
hotkey it.
maybe just break up into
Yeah, my hotkeys aren't working right now for some reason.
4 and 3 and 4 channels, and then break back up into smaller groups for the demonstration.
Wait, try to get on 9.8 for me real quick. Can I talk to you?
What radio?
9.8.
Okay.
Alright, if I'm good, I'm going back to my group radio.
Yeah, you're good.
Alright, copy that.
Alright, sorry guys.
Yeah, no, you're good.
All right, we're setting the stage, boys. Everybody clear out.
Uno momento.
Why is that guy's sirens on? Maybe they're doing a thing.
Yeah, I think they're doing a pursuit. Not a pursuit. Traffic stop maybe. I don't know.
Alright. So. Alright, back into it.
All right, I'm just gonna pretend it's just me and you here, okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, sir. Looks like both of you guys got into a little conflict. Didn't go either y'all's way. Listen, we've already ordered him to go the other way. I'm gonna go ahead and write you a citation. Okay. My MDW is acting up, or I'd tell you exactly what the fine would be. Here's your gun back. Don't let me see you messing around with that guy again, okay? I'm serious about that.
Alright, won't happen again.
All right. You just give us a call next time, okay? We'll come sort it out for you. Let us do all the punching and kicking.
Alright, that works.
Okay, here's your gun back, sir.
Alright, thank you.
Drop the knife! Okay, we're good.
We're not on to 1011s yet. We're not on to 1011s. Relax.
High ground. I got the high ground, Anakin.
I'm sorry, I'm excited.
I get to get stabbed by Nakkida. Let's go.
Don't call me that.
I mean, by a villain with a knife.
All right. So good work on that.
Yeah, I think my only. I think I probably we should have got your IDs like immediately.
Yeah.
Because especially right after a fight, especially if they're gangsters or whatever.
Right.
Once I made sure I grabbed it, I was only like 10 seconds in, but I should really be the first thing I do. So let's work on that.
I do have to say, good work on conveying the information that you did to the radio and dispatch, giving that information to other units if they're responding, so you have a description. My biggest
I don't know if I
suggestion.
should've taken your gun because you weren't acting aggressive, Oh yeah, I would have taken your gun. You would have taken it. Okay.
My biggest suggestion would be when you first roll up, say, like for example, I'd say 304. Show me arrival at that 1010. Gonna have two individuals, one male, red hair, one male, black, backwards cap, both wearing gray and black.
Yeah,
just
you
kind
kind
of
of
have that description when you first arrive.
Mhm.
But other than that,
Yeah, did you kind of notice I realized I didn't do that and then kind of cover my bases pretty quickly there?
You want to be more descriptive of what you're doing. So say, hey, I'm going to frisk you.
all right, Richards and
then
Tessa, if you guys want to.
I'll just be like, hey, I'm just gonna search for, or I'm just gonna frisk you for anything. Like,
If
Yeah,
you guys
actually-
want to
should I ask
do
if I
the
should
next
find-
one for the
if
next
I'm
group.
gonna find anything just to make sure, or what?
Oh yeah, can we talk about the way that I asked for your consent there real quick? I wanted to go over
Yeah,
that.
yeah. That's
So I started off with okay, yeah. So I started off with oh, you go ahead. Yeah, I want to hear from your perspective.
So I mean, just saying, hey, do you have anything on you? Any weapons? Do you have a gun on you? I would have asked, do you have any weapons on you? Rather than do you have a gun? But
I think I said any weapons or firearms, but yeah, same.
yeah, exactly. But basically, I think you did everything right with that. With the hey, do you have any weapons on you?
And then I specifically asked if I could search a person for anything. Like, can I have your consent to search a person? I didn't say just for that weapon. So I didn't bother just for, I just did a full search and just looked at what you had in your pockets. Is that okay? I mean, that's
So yes, because I mean, at the same time, I would just say, hey, I'm gonna be patting you down for any weapons. I would just do it at that point and then just look for the weapons because it's for officer safety rather than, hey, I'm gonna be looking in your pockets. So, but I mean, yeah, that would work.
that would fly in court, right? If I ended up searching them and saw like I don't know, 10 bags of weed or something. Because basically what I'm saying is like I'm being sneaky, right? And I'm saying, can I search you? Not can I just grab that weapon real quick?
Yeah, but at the same, how do you guys feel about that one?
Did you Mirandize him?
No, I hadn't Mirandized him yet. I just asked his consent to search him because he wasn't under arrest.
I don't think it would hold up, honestly.
Kind of depends on how you ask.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, my exact words, this is what I do every time I ask if I ask for consent. I was like, do I have your consent to search a person?
Yeah, if you ask like straight up for consent and they give it to you, then yes, you can search them.
Yeah, it's a little sneaky because we were just talking about their gun, so they might think I'm just looking for the gun, but you know, if I ask for consent to search, I always ask it very specifically, do I have your consent to search a person? And then if they say, well, just for the gun, okay, well now I'll just look for the gun.
Yeah, and that would hold up.
Cool, okay. I've been watching a bunch of Audit the Audit.
All right. Well, we've had that other group sitting there for a while, so
Yeah.
Cool. How we do, guys? Do we do okay? B plus.
So
maybe.
What channel are we on?
3.25.
Yeah.
Good job, partner.
Alright, so if you two want to set up a scenario,
I had fist marks. There are marks on my fist for some reason.
The what?
Really?
Yeah. She shouldn't though. So
Yeah, I have fist
I'll
marks.
have her
You
punch me
had-
again.
What the fuck?
You had what?
Fist marks.
Yeah.
Maybe because I punched you?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, he said that I had red hands. Like I punched somebody.
Oh.
Yeah, just
Examine me really quick.
I have the same thing. It just says fist marks.
Huh.
Maybe I don't know how long it lasts. That's the thing, is because I think we both pushed each other, or I got punched.
Well,
but
GSR lasts about 20 minutes, so it should be around there.
Maybe this time we'll have her knock me out. I'll be laying on the ground. That's what they do.
I mean, we could all three be a part of it.
Oh yeah.
Because now there's 3 of them in the third group, or in the second group.
Yeah.
All right.
So what are we doing this time?
I mean, I guess we can beat the shit out of Richards, and then
Is it still 10-10s?
yeah,
Yeah.
we're still on 10-10s. We're
right.
basically 10-10s with the second group.
I'm ready.
I mean, you can beat the crap out of me.
It's
That's
fine. No, go ahead.
So where
No,
are they?
Beat me. I'm the lowest ranked
They're just
here.
on the other side, so we're just basically having them come over here as our scene. That's what you get.
Yeah, dispatch can reports of a 1010 AirX hangar. Group 2, make your response.
72, currently 76, latest 1010.
You can if you want, or you can. You alright there, buddy?
76 currently 23.
What do you
latest
mean?
1010.
What do you mean? I'm just trying to help.
Get this guy away from me. Get him away. Get this guy away from me.
Alright, hold on.
All right.
Hey, how's it going? Ma'am, can I talk to you?
No.
No? Can you can,
What
can
do
we
you
go over
want?
there?
Why are you trying to
By the
talk to
wall?
me? Who are you?
Well, we just got a call in this location right here, and well, I see you walking away. I just want to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind.
In which location?
Location right here, like right behind the hangar.
Oh, well, I don't know about you, but I'm way over here and he's way over there.
Oh yeah, but when I got on scene, you were closer, and then you were walking away. So it's for me, it just looks a little bit suspicious. It's only gonna take like a few minutes, if you don't mind.
Are you
Just a few questions.
profiling me?
No, I'm not. I
Calling
don't
me
even know like.
suspicious?
No, well, the walk away from the scene is you know I felt like you were walking away. I just want to make sure you were not involved with this situation.
To stop this guy because he was making unlikely comments to the person.
You're just assuming.
Over there.
Yeah, I'm doing an assumption right now. I am sorry. I just want to make sure that if you're part of the situation, you don't leave. And then can I get like your information, your ID?
Fine.
Gentleman in the red hair was indicated to swing it first. So just keep that in mind.
Thank you very much. Okay, Miss Lamb. Did you know what happened over there?
Didn't see nothing, didn't do nothing.
Okay, so you see what happened. You don't have an idea. Okay.
No.
Give me a second. I'm just gonna tell my colleagues that I've been talking to you. Okay, just want to let them know. Hey, I'm talking to Tessa Lamb here. She was walking away from the scene. I'm just I got her information. She said that she didn't see nothing. She just didn't hear nothing.
Can we meet up and discuss this real quick?
Okay. Would you mind going over to that wall over there while I go to discuss with my colleagues?
Oh my god, what a waste of my time.
Well, I'm really sorry, ma'am. It's only gonna take a few minutes.
Am I under arrest?
No, but you are being detained at this point.
Fine.
Okay. Just one question for my safety. Do you have like any weapon on you?
Was there a weapon used?
No, there was no weapon used. I just want to make sure that you could just disclose it. You don't have to. Just a friendly question.
Alright, well I do have a knife and I have a gun.
Okay. Well, don't make any sudden moves. Please, just stay here. Okay. I'll be back. I'll just be over there with my colleagues.
Uh-huh.
So this is the situation we have right now. Michael over there, he admitted he's the aggressor. He said that
Hey, ma'am.
Huh?
You are being detained. If you leave this situation, you will become under arrest. So I would really like you to stay there. I don't want to put you under arrest. While being detained, you cannot leave the situation.
That's right, man. For the safety of yourself and the officers on scene, I ask you please stay calm. We will be through this very shortly. We'll get everything taken care of.
You're telling me to remain calm?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm being harassed. I was just leaning on my car, started to walk away. I didn't see nothing. I didn't do nothing. I can't believe this.
We're going to get you taken care of, man. We'll get you taken care of.
You are being very cooperative, but you were walking away. Can you please just stay at this location? I really because the next step would be for me to put you in cuffs, and I really don't want to go there. So if you stay here, there won't be a situation. Thank you very much, man. I'm gonna go talk with my officers over there, but I'm keeping an eye on you.
I have my eye on you. I wonder. So he hasn't Mirandized me at all. Hasn't really talked to me that much, like as far as why I was in the area, what I was doing. Yeah, I don't know if he examined my hands, but he can do that quietly. He doesn't have to tell me that he's looking at my hands. He can just do that. So I don't know if he has or not, but I haven't heard him call it over the radio at all. I am also wearing gloves, so it'd be a little awkward, but... I'm not trying to be too cantankerous. I don't know how cooperative Michael's being.
You know.
Started moving. As soon as I moved, he moved.
So just for the I am gonna examine just to make sure your hands at this point.
Examine my hands?
Yeah, I just want to see like do you have like any bruises, any scuff marks, anything? Just okay. Would you mind removing your gloves so I can see your hands? The reasoning behind it is we just want to make sure that you know, if you've got any bruises or anything that would indicate like that you might have been in a fight, and I want to rule that out.
Well, I don't know. Can you see anything?
Your hand does look a little bit
I don't know if he knows how
bruised
mechanically to do it.
and yeah, it does look like you've been in a fight. Can you okay, so at this point, like, I have questions because what you tell me and your behavior is putting me in a situation where I think you were involved in this this fight, but I just want to make sure. Like, can you tell me more? Can you be more truthful than you were before? You've been cooperative at this point. I don't see any reason for me to put you in cuffs at this point, but no, it does look like you've been involved in that fight over here. What can you tell me?
Well, to tell you the truth, that guy was threatening me. He was making threats towards my life. And so I defended myself. I punched him.
Okay, so you were being threatened, so you defended yourself?
Uh-huh.
Okay. These are just questions to clarify the actions. Did he make a move at you? Did he make like any violent actions? Did he try to punish you?
Well, no.
So the gentleman that
Okay,
I walked
He
up
just
on is
threatened me.
stating that he wants to press charges.
Okay, so did he was just threatening you?
Yeah.
Okay, and then
He said he was gonna
after
kick
a
me.
while, he said he was gonna kick you. So he made a threatening comment that he would
Yeah.
kick you. Then you punched him.
Uh-huh. I said I'll
Okay.
kick you first.
Okay. You've been cooperative, so please. Yeah, I'd like you to remove your mask.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Give me a second. I'm gonna confirm with my colleague, and I'll get back to you.
Ma'am.
Stop.
No! You'll never take me alive!
Going for cuffs?
Turn this from main comm or get this all taken care of?
Ma'am, at this time, you are going to be placed under arrest. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say or do will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to have an attorney present for questioning. If you cannot afford it, want to be presented to yourself at no cost. Do you understand your rights as I've read them to you?
No, I don't understand them.
All right, ma'am. Well, what part of it do you not understand?
I don't understand English. I need you to read them in Spanish.
Does anybody speak Spanish?
Did you hear him?
You speak Spanish?
No, no, I do not.
All right, ma'am. I'm sorry, we cannot help you in that case right now. But
Oh,
do
well,
seem
then
to
I guess you
understand
can't
English.
question me anymore, huh?
Well, I mean, I
Well,
can,
Neener,
since you do speak
neener.
English.
well, you are proving that you can speak English, so you can understand
No,
the
but I
rest of
don't
it in red
understand.
English. Oh, you don't understand? Okay.
Need an EMS.
Nope.
We need to get some taser procs removed from an individual.
I don't need EMS. Just yank him out. Skip.
So at this time, you've read them her rights, and you told
I've
her
read
she was
her
under
rights.
arrest.
Yep. So you go ahead and I'll let you handle her since you started with her.
Yep.
Go ahead and search her, see if she's got anything illegal on her, and then we'll go
Yep.
from there. Make sure you got her ID too.
Ma'am, I am gonna search you. I will remove your this knife from your.
Well, am I gonna get that back?
We'll see if it's been used in commission of crime. If it's not, then you'll get it back.
Okay, well, I better get that back. Or I'm gonna hunt you down and I'm gonna skin you with it.
Oh well, that's I wouldn't go that far because you're going through threatening a peace officer, which you don't want
It
to
ain't a
add that
threat,
to your
it's a
charge.
promise.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm taking a note of that.
I'll kill you.
The individual is threatening to kill me right now.
Then I'll bury you.
Okay. Well, it's extremely graphic. You mind if I take a note of it?
What?
Yeah, can you repeat that?
Yeah, I'm gonna. If you don't give me my knife back, I'm gonna hunt you down. I'm gonna get my knife back, and I'm gonna skin you with it, and then I'm gonna bury you somewhere.
I got you.
Okay. So,
And they'll never find your
yeah.
body.
You remember that you were read rights and
Uh-huh. But I didn't understand them.
well, here's the thing. So you claim that you don't understand him, but if you're a clear state of mind that you can understand him, and you just declare that you don't understand him, it doesn't mean that you didn't understand him. What you're saying to me right now is all admissible. So,
Alright, listen. Okay, here's the deal. I didn't like that
Okay.
guy's, the cut of his job, so I punched him, and I kicked him, I knocked him out. And then, I looked over and I saw him again, and I don't like his face. He's got a punchable face, so I went over and punched him again when you guys were distracted.
okay. So, you admit to all these actions?
Yeah, I did that.
Okay. Well, give me a second. I'll go confer it with my colleagues and I'll come back.
Bench trial! Hey, Rogers! Rogers, can you hear me?
Maybe he'd be able to hear you if you guys didn't beat me up.
I'll do it again.
All right, let's calm down, guys. Let's calm down.
You're lucky I'm in cuffs right now.
Well, 52 now coming down, so 52.
Just grab his gun. I don't know if we really need to go in this much detail. I think it'd be better if they handcuffed us, talked for a second, and then let us go, because I think we need to go a little quicker. Hey guys, I think would be good to wrap up the scene here.
Cool.
I know you're trying to work through the processing and such, but I think we probably need to wrap things up a little quicker.
Yep. Sorry.
No, it's
We're a bit
okay.
slow on it.
Okay, I appreciate you being very honest and open with us.
You would be getting placed into a car at this point.
We place you in the back of the car, please watch your hands.
We would take you
I
to
want you to get hurt.
PD, proceed to go from there. After obviously I would search you to see if there's anything illegal on you. Oh damn.
That was
Help.
me.
I don't know how that happened. Helping me. Help.
Sir, get back into the vehicle!
Jesus! So I know you guys were discussing like the charges and everything, and like how you were going to continue. But I think that the important thing right now is that we go through the actual scenario, and the charges and stuff aren't really that important in this sort of segment, I guess. I don't know what Rogers thinks on that, but
No, that's fine. So basically, you're coming and arriving on scene. You really wouldn't be discussing charges until you get back to Mission Row when they're in the cell.
Yeah,
you will
I couldn't hear you
articulate if they
guys.
are under arrest. But my biggest suggestion is to wait till you get to Mission Row to start discussing what charges. You can give them a preliminary charge of like, okay, they're all three looking at assault charges. So you would all take them back and get everything sorted back at Mission Row. But just try and make sure that you get everything organized, and it's mostly for officer safety, not being out on scene too terribly long, because I mean, as an officer, we're targets for everything. And it'd be really easy when you're out on a scene for some random Joe Schmo to walk up and just shoot you. Either shoot you, take your suspects, do whatever, because there are so many people connected that you don't even know.
And I do believe that taking it as slow as we did, that's why you started threatening me, because it was taking forever.
Sorry, I was talking a lot. I'll take that.
no, it's okay.
No, it's good to
I
understand
think,
and to
so
talk.
the important thing is, once all three of us had assaulted someone, like it was very clear that I was an aggressor, and then even the victim started attacking people at one point. So the victim was going to be under arrest. So you had the right to take him into the cells and such at Mission Row anyway.
Radio check. Hit two.
So that's kind of where we're going with.
Up the scenario here, and then we'll meet back
So
up
the,
at the
so
front.
the end result
Yeah,
was the
10-4,
three of you were going to be arrested, taken down to Mission Row PD, and be processed. And then we would determine whether or not what was going to happen with charges from there.
Yeah, and then you could further interrogate him if you weren't sure on his involvement as well. And you could have questioned me as well on whether or not he had joined in, because I didn't give that information, but nobody asked me.
That's true. I'm mostly focused on you.
Now, I do that Miranda rights thing a lot at these academies. You do not have to ensure that someone understands their rights. As long as you read them their rights, and they can speak English, and they seem to be in the right state of mind, and they are not in need of medical attention, you do not have to accommodate them in any real way. Once you read them their rights, and they start acting, goofy about it, you don't need to keep reading them.
I know. I don't know if Roger said this with during onboarding. Somebody said this. If they pretend to not know the Miranda rights or they just don't understand, we were told that asked them for if they want an attorney. If they say yeah, let them know that attorney, or call the attorney and let them know that hey, they're not understanding their rights. So you come down and explain it to them.
Yep.
Okay.
You can do that, or if they just are being assholes and are like, I don't know my Miranda rights, you still are. If you've read them to them, then I mean you're in the right.
Yeah, that's all you can do.
I was really hoping that somebody here spoke Spanish. I was like, oh, this would be great RP.
I mean,
if somebody
yo
did,
hablo poquito español.
right?
One question about what Sheldon just said is, we don't offer them a lawyer. We wait for them to ask for one. Is that a correct assumption?
Not necessarily.
I mean,
I offer.
you can ask them if they want it. I mean,
well, if it gets to that point, I guess yes. But to the point where Tessa was doing, I wouldn't offer a lawyer. I would wait for her to.
If they ask for one on scene and stuff, then at that point you can bring them down to Mission Row and then get an attorney present.
Okay.
Just stop questioning them at that point.
Okay. Question about my leniency towards you. Was it okay? Should I have gotten you in cuffs earlier?
To be honest, if somebody was trying to walk off scene like that, and you had already told them, you know, you're being detained, don't leave the spot, and I tried to do it again, I would have put them in cuffs, yes.
Okay, so second time when I didn't, I should.
Yeah. Okay. The other thing I would say about when Rogers got cuffed, and you think that both of them are involved, and you cuff Rogers and just let her stand there, I can tell you like 9 times out of 10 if she's involved, she's gonna run.
yeah. And once they see one person get cuffed, usually they're going to dip. They're the flight risk, and they're gonna run because they're like, oh, he's cuffed. Oh, I'm probably gonna get cuffed, and oh, I have a illegal firearm, or oh, I have a bit of weed on me, or whatever the case may be.
Uncuff him right now.
So
Yeah, that's also another option. Like,
Exactly.
So this question I have because of that, say, you know, the 3 of us are on scene and there's 3, 4, 5 people on scene. We pull up. We get one person in handcuffs and the other person takes off bolts. Does one person need to stay with the person in cuffs or everybody else chase after them, or how will we pursue that?
Generally speaking, yes, you do want to keep somebody with anybody that's handcuffed because you don't know who else might be on scene who can come and just let them out of cuffs. You also don't want to leave somebody just standing there handcuffed because they are at the mercy of anyone in the area. That is a very good way to get sued, and a very good way to get somebody murdered.
And if you're outnumbered, make sure you reach out for 77s.
Yeah, and call for backup. You know, obviously, it's not a big deal if you handcuff someone and somebody flees. You know, the person you handcuffed could very well be your suspect, but obviously you're not going to be able to chase them if you're by yourself. So call for backup as soon as possible in that scenario if there's a lot of people present. Because you're just one person. You can't do much by yourself.
Right, and with it being the 3 of us, you guys, one thing that I would have suggested is relaying the information to dispatch saying, hey, we got 1 in custody, 2 in custody, 3 in custody, just so people know, hey, we got suspects, might need additional help over here, just to keep things in line. And you guys can ask for more units because we're technically in groups of 3, and then 2, you guys could have asked for the other group to come and help, which I don't think I conveyed to anybody else, but that is something that you can do if needed.
Okay, because we didn't do any dispatch once we arrived.
Yep. No, this is a learning experience. This is a training and controlled environment where we're able to control everything that's going on, and it's not the real world where it can go from, oh, we're just having a conversation, to he's got a bat and just beat the shit out of me, to he's got a gun and just held me up and robbed me of all my possessions.
Quick question then. Okay. Just so you don't have to tell people when you're like examining them, right?
No, that is you using your eyeballs. I also wanted to go over that.
Yeah.
So you were asking me if I had
really quick,
like stuff.
Do we want to pull the other group over here for this? So I can handle this?
Group 1, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, where are they?
We're just
around the corner.
We're doing a quick debrief on all the 1010s. So you guys are more than welcome to come back.
10-4, Group 176.
Yeah, the reason why I went the way I did is you just told me it wasn't working, so That's
Yeah,
why I
my
did.
bad.
Otherwise,
I should
would
have told you to
like,
be like RP
Yes.
examine target.
Well, so
Something.
no, so
How's it
it's
not
under
working?
police actions.
It's just not showing up. I think
It's
the
not.
UI.
It's not. Yeah, nothing shows
Yeah.
up for me.
Do you
That's
click
weird.
under your police actions?
Yeah,
Are you on
it-
duty?
Police action's not working.
Yeah, I'm on duty. I could do it. I like it, just police actions, and then when I do examine target, oh, now it's shown. Now it's shown. Earlier when I
Yeah,
was doing
so-
it, nothing was happening.
Yeah,
Okay.
that just means that there isn't anything to examine on them.
that's why I did
Okay.
what I did. Otherwise, I would have went to with the.
Yeah, so like as an example, now if you examine me and I examine you, you have fist marks.
Well, that's what I was looking at. Him, wouldn't he have had fist marks if he was hit?
Like him?
You might.
Yeah. Like him was laid
He
out on the
should
ground.
have, yes.
Yeah, it wasn't showing that for me at first.
Oh,
It shows
okay.
now because you hit him, Tessa, but before it wasn't showing else. I thought it was broken.
Oh,
Wait, I
It was
missed
just
that.
super scuffed.
Hit him again.
Right, can you jump?
Alright.
So yeah, when you're examining a target, you see everything that shows up on that little feed with your eyeballs. And that is, within roleplay, you can see that. You can question them on it. You can say, hey, why are you breathing so hard? Are you running somewhere? Or if they're hunting, you'll see blood on their hands. And also, I think it also does it if you stab someone. It'll show that you've got like a bloody hand for however long. It's almost like GSR, but you don't have to articulate to them that you're performing that kind of check.
Gotcha.
That's actually a great
So-
way to think about it.
No, I took your knife. I think I put it back in. I don't know if I put it back.
No,
in
I have
yours
my
or
knife,
Roger's. Okay.
Oh, I took my stuff back.
Now, another question I have
Nice.
since I took the gun off of you, Michaels.
Yeah.
I want to immediately take that and then go into the MDW. And is it under evidence where I put
Yeah,
So-
so you take the serial number and you can. So
You just plug that into incidents.
yeah, so if you have a firearm, you can run that in your cruiser because you're looking at the serial number of a firearm and comparing it to the database. You cannot, however, run evidence such as blood, casings, those sort of things on scene. You have to do that at a PD. But if it's a firearm, you're physically looking at the firearm and there's a serial number
Yeah.
written on the side of that gun.
Yeah, can I say my like standard operation? Like, because I've been patrolling for a little bit.
Yeah.
So typically, I get their name, right? Give a description to dispatch, just in case. Get their ID. Get any guns they have on them if the scene requires it. Go back to my car. Run their name and the firearm, right? Like in that order. That's the way I like to do it.
Can you give me an example of how you would call to dispatch that when you're explaining an individual?
Oh yeah, so when
Like
I
in a
arrive on
professional way?
yeah, so if I arrive on scene, so it's this is like 555 arrived at 1010 at so-and-so location. Got two individuals, one redhead male, glasses, black pants, gray shirt, one gray hoodie, black hat, black pants, black shoes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep, just real
Then
quick.
You can update with their name and identity later.
Yeah, I mean, you probably can. In general, like once you have their information, it's like locked in, right? So you don't have to radio it in. I would probably only do that if I thought it was necessary. If it was like, if they have a warrant, okay, we got a warrant. It's Saul Goodman. Can we? I don't know if that's how you guys want us to do it. That's how I've been doing it. Basically, my idea is that I try to keep the radio pretty clear so that when I'm talking, people are listening. Because if I'm talking a lot, people can start to sort of tune out.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense. So,
All right.
All right,
Alrighty.
so based on all that, we showed up on scene. I said 572 currently 23, latest 1010 call. But I failed to say there's an individual with a lady with a black coat, red hair, just describing the person. So I did the 10 calls right arriving. I just didn't say to people on scene.
Yeah, I like to think what I'm doing is I'm protecting myself.
10-2.
I like to think that I'm protecting myself so that if something happens to me, dispatch has a record of a vague idea of what was going on, which is 1,000 times more than if I say nothing. If I say arrived and then I 1013 Alpha,
10-2, we can hear you guys.
they have no idea what's going on. But if I call it a vague description, they know where I was, what the person looks like. Now, if I 1013 Alpha, they're going to be like bees at the beehive, right? They're going to be around. They're going to be looking for this person. This person's going to get caught, most likely.
Sorry for all the questions.
No, it's
This
why we're
is
here.
the time to ask these
yes,
questions.
exactly. And like I said, when you with your guys' onboarding, there are no bad questions or wrong questions. The questions that are there's no bad questions. The only questions that are bad are the questions that you don't ask that get you in trouble.
Okay.
And even when you're on the live server, if you have questions, please do not hesitate to ask someone. If you don't know, you don't know. It's not that big a deal. No one's going to bite your head off. I will be happy to answer anything you ask.
Yeah,
I always ask questions, and I'm, you know, I've been here for a couple years now, so, you know.
Are you guys doing the dispatch?
Never stop asking, never stop learning.
Yeah, I like to say that PD like to bully cadets a little bit.
Cadet.
Copy that. We'll go to 2.26.
I was very confused as to what they were doing.
I was
on the
too.
radio.
Makes sense.
Okay, next scenarios, or what are we doing?
Yep, we're gonna go ahead and go over to 1011s. So group 1 and group 2, if you guys want to go around to the front. Oh god. My insides are gonna become my outsides. For these guys, a lot of them have no experience whatsoever, so I don't have a problem with you kind of helping, kind of taking a little bit of a lead, but just don't be
Ugh. Alright, how do you want to play this?
I think the scenario is supposed to be a baseball bat. Someone chasing somebody with a baseball bat.
Alright.
I mean, I'll get hit by a baseball bat. It's fine. Don't worry, guys.
No, you can beat the shit out of me. It's fine.
No.
Or
They'll never suspect me to be the victim again.
I mean, Tessa can make my insides outsides with her knife, allegedly with ketchup and.
So what should I do? Should I stab someone and then stay in the area, or what?
Well, so, what about this? Would be so running after a person with a baseball bat. What about if we do one where I'm running after him with a baseball bat, but then you come up and hit me with either like stab me or whatever, trying to defend him, and see how they react with that one. Or do we want to just do a vanilla where I got hit with a baseball bat, she's the aggressor, he's a witness? Which we can do. If we, I think let's do the vanilla one first.
Let's do vanilla.
For both of them, and then if they feel like we want to do another, we can do a group with all of them and do that more complex. So, all right.
Okay, so you're gonna chase him with the bat, and I'm just gonna be a witness?
Sure.
Alright.
Get your ass back here, boy.
Dispatch getting reports of an individual running with a bat chasing a male. We're gonna be behind the air hangar.
Dispatch 542 1076 to latest 1011.
Dispatch 555. We have two individuals. One wearing with a baseball bat, gray cap. Just one individual down. Can we get 77s? We have an individual lurking, black shirt, black pants, red shirt.
Put down the bat, sir. Put down the bat. Ma'am,
I
ma'am.
saw everything.
I'm gonna need you. Okay, ma'am. Thank you. All right, ma'am. Could you just stand over here, please?
back up.
Okay.
Sir,
Go ahead and turn around, face the wall for me.
I'm 72, currently 76. Good evening, madam. I'm Shauna Jones with the PBSO.
Hello.
I was told you seen everything here. Is that correct?
I did. I saw everything.
Dispatch
All right.
195.
Yeah. So the red-headed guy with the baseball
Oh,
bat.
what's that guy's name? My notepad here.
Oh, I don't know his name. Never seen him before.
And what was your name, ma'am?
Tessa Lamb.
West side.
That's a lamb. Okay, so
Yeah.
describe when you pulled up the seat or what's going on here.
Well, we were all just standing in a circle talking, and then the guy with the red hair, he had a
Yeah?
baseball bat, and he got offended
Ooh.
by something the other guy said, and then he said, "Come here," and then he started chasing him, and then I was the one who called 911.
Okay, so you're the one that called 911.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. All right, so I'm gonna read it back to you just in case. So, Tessa Lamb, you were standing in a circle, hanging out, having a good time. You know, life is good. And then the guy with red hair that started flipping out, pulled a baseball bat out, and hit the other guy.
I sure did.
Okay, all right, we got everything
Yes,
as far as that.
Can you show us your ID and then give
Oh, yeah.
us the phone number?
We can breathe in as well.
There you go.
Thank you very much.
If you want to stay with her, I'm gonna go relay with the other officers on scene.
Yeah, no worries.
Appreciate it, man. We'll be
Yeah, no problem.
right
I'll
with you
stay
shortly.
here.
How's your evening been so far?
Well, it was good until just now.
So you guys were just talking?
Yeah, we were just chatting. I don't know what, I wasn't paying attention. I didn't hear what the guy said that offended him, but he got real mad and he started running.
Oh, that's weird. Have you known him for a long time?
No, I just met him. We were just talking. They walked up and they said hi, and they weren't together or anything. It was just kind of, we all converged. That with the red hair seemed a little unhinged, though.
Okay. What did he do?
I don't know, he's just talking kind of weird, like, agitated, you know, like easily offended and, you know, he's just grouchy.
You know what was said that offended him?
No, I didn't hear it. I wasn't paying enough attention. I just, all I heard was, "Come here," and then he pulled a baseball bat out, and then the guy started running.
Okay. Baseball bat. Who had the baseball bat?
The guy with the red hair, and it was a spiky baseball bat, too. It wasn't like just a regular one. It looked like a hardcore weapon.
Did he use it in a menacing way?
Well, I mean, he was chasing after somebody with it, and I think he hit him as the cops pulled up.
Oh, okay. Give me a second.
Okay.
So the individual here says that the guy with the hair swung a bat, the other guy and hit him. Thank you very much.
The individual
no
with the black
problem.
hat does not have any scratches on his head.
Sir, you've already been rendered right, so I'm just going to be taking you out to MRPD.
I got a question for you.
Every time you're looking closely at her, I mean, she might not have any marks on her. That just, I mean, if you don't see nothing, it might just be that she doesn't.
So I mean,
Ma'am, you said you didn't participate in it? Okay, there you go.
Yeah, I didn't partake. I was just here.
Do you know if the gentleman in the gray said anything or did anything?
I'm not sure. I didn't really hear what was being said, but the guy in the red hair, he just said, "Come here," and he pulled a bat out and started chasing this guy. But the guy with the red hair was really agitated, right up from the get-go. He was kind of grouchy and easily offended by really anything.
You've never seen this man before? No interaction with him
No, I never
previously?
met either of them, to be honest with you. We just kind of converged on this area, and they said hello, and we just started talking, but weren't nothing, like,
there's no reason
offensive.
other than just what was the reason for you guys meeting here?
Oh, I think we were just here in the same area, and we saw each other, and we were like, hey, what's up?
Okay.
All right, how's it going, ma'am? Can I get your ID real quick,
Well,
please? I'm Deputy John Hyder.
again?
Yes, sir.
All right, here you go.
Listen, I know you're popular. Okay, everybody wants to see it. It's a great photo. You know, we all
Well,
take crappy
yeah,
photos.
I
It's
know.
nice to see a nice one. Yeah. Okay. So listen, I know you've been asked 2-3 times now. I just want to make sure I ascertain exactly what happened here, so your friends are all, you know. I want justice to be served.
Oh, they're
tonight,
not my
okay?
friends. I don't know them.
You don't know these guys, okay?
Nope.
So you said you guys were all standing in a circle, but you don't know them.
Yeah, I don't know them.
You just stand in circles with strangers pretty regularly.
I mean, it's a free country.
Yeah, it is. It's just, you know, I typically like to stand in circles with people I know. Kind of like that intro to King of the Hill, you know. Yep.
Well, then how do you ever meet anybody?
Rotary Club.
Okay, do you stand in circles and talk to people at the Rotary Club?
You know, I guess we do.
Yeah, you don't know
do a
them,
Rotary
right?
Club? Yeah, I guess that's true. All right. Why don't you tell me from the beginning exactly what you saw, okay?
Alright, so I was just here minding my own business, and these two guys, they kind of came up and started talking to me. The guy with the red hair started talking to me first, and he seemed kind of agitated, just grouchy in general. I don't know, he just seemed on edge. And then this guy in the sweatshirt showed up and started talking to us, and we were just, you know, making small talk and getting to know each other. We'd never seen each other before, and I don't think they knew each other. But then I kind of zoned out for a minute, and the guy with the red hair pulled out a baseball bat. He said, "Come here," and started chasing the guy in the sweatshirt. And that's when I called 911, because I saw that baseball bat. It had like knives and stuff stuck in it. And I thought he was gonna kill him.
Who called 911 for this incident?
Passerby called in the assault.
10-4, thank you.
All right, Miss Tessa. Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that. You know, I just wanted to make sure and clear everything up. So this guy just attacked this guy basically for no reason, is what you're saying.
Yeah, well, as far as I'm aware, I mean, I guess maybe it's possible that guy in the sweatshirt made some kind of threat, but he was running away, so, you know.
Okay, 10-4. All right, well, thank you, Miss Tessa. You're free to go, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, we may call you a little bit later if we need a witness for anything.
Yeah,
Sir,
feel
can I get
free.
your
Here's
for
my
that?
number.
Yeah, 10-4. Thank you. Okay, all right. Thank you so much. You've been a big help. I appreciate you.
No problem.
What's the current situation?
We're pretty much done on our end over here.
Yep. All right, go ahead and gather up.
Do you have any further questions for this man over here?
Just get his statement and we'll add it to the report. Statement information ID.
Also, I think oh my god.
Yes, it still works.
I might have taken
What-
someone's Glock. Can y'all check your pockets real quick, and I'll give them back their gun. But yeah, they were too close. All right, it's one of these guys.
All right.
Yeah, I did an outside round on scene.
Now say you're sorry.
You know, that's I've done a lot of car chases and stuff like that, but not a lot of scenes where there's a lot of people who want to talk about stuff. Things get muddled real fast.
Mm-hmm. And I bet they didn't give you the same story I gave you.
Nope. The first guy, his story was closer, but your story was, you know, you're the third party, you're the most accurate, but I have to, like, I don't know who's telling the truth. You could know these guys and be lying, so I have to sort of vector what I think the most likely truth is based on all of the information.
But what was interesting is the three of us asked her a question, and I've been standing beside her, and she always said the same thing.
Yep.
So basically, it's clear that she doesn't have like ill intent at this point, and she's not changing her story depending on what's happening over here.
Yep.
So
and you know, the car thing, I asked this guy if he'd let me search him. He said no, that's fine. He doesn't have to. I thought, since I did think there was a chance that he might have actually been trying to rob the car, I did detain him temporarily, and I did it very civilly. Asked him to hang tight. He was very cordial. So I felt pretty comfortable with how I handled all that. I think maybe radio etiquette could have been, there was some people talking over each other a little bit. Any pointers, boys?
If you are detaining somebody, you should read them the rights. I wasn't read my rights after you told me I was detained.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, I
should
was.
have done that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was the one who detained him officially, so. Yeah. Okay. 10-4. Noted. Will do. For some reason, I was thinking that I only need to read somebody's rights if I actually think I'm going to be arresting and questioning them. At that point, I was just I wanted him to stay there so that I could ascertain what was going on, and I was just getting his side of the story. And then if something didn't add up and I felt like he actually did commit the crime, then I would have read him his rights, where I was actually going to start questioning him about said crime. I was still like information gathering.
You were asking me if I was lockpicking a car and stuff like that, though.
Yeah, which I guess wouldn't be admissible in court, right?
Correct.
But then I would Mirandize him and then ask him again. Is something like, can we do that? Ask him the same question.
You can, but they won't answer you
post-Mirandization?
the second time because they're, you know, oh, you're reading my rights. I'm being arrested.
That's fair.
So
okay.
at the start of it, you know, just
we have read your rights.
it's. No, I wasn't, but I was. I was the one who had called 911, and
Yeah, that was the big cinch for me, is that she was the one who called. She's like helpful right away.
yeah. So you guys weren't really asking me incriminating questions. You were asking what I'd seen. So, the thing with when you read somebody their rights, if you're going to be asking them any question that could incriminate them, then you want to read the rights. So, like, if you had asked me, you know, were you making threats or something, you know, like that, then you probably would want to Mirandize me if you were thinking that I was a part of the crime.
Got it. Okay. So basically, anytime we're investigating someone and asking them potentially self-incriminating questions, just Mirandize them, make it quick. I guess my thinking was, if I Mirandized him when I wasn't sure if I wanted to even pursue something like that yet, it would have like stopped him from being cordial and then give me less information to then try to pursue legally.
Sometimes it can, but for the most part, it's good that they know that they have their rights, and it can't come back to bite you later. If they stop talking to you, you know, majority of the time it's because they're guilty of something.
Oh, that's actually pretty clever.
So it kind of depends. And then at that point, it's going to be more of an investigation that you have to go through, because if they stop talking to you, then there's something that they don't want to talk about, and you're probably going to have to dig a little deeper.
There was a moment where I was like, "Can I search for you?" You're like, "No." I was like, "But why not?"
Because people won't. People don't want to.
Yeah,
be
I know.
They,
Yeah, even if they don't have anything on them, they just don't want to be searched at all, because sometimes people don't remember what they have on them. And, they might have had something earlier that they didn't want you to see. But in general, I mean, it is just their rights. They don't have to be searched. They don't have to consent. Unless you, have probable cause for a search, then, they don't have to approve of that.
Would the aggressor say that he witnessed a person try to lockpick his car, is that probable cause enough to search for lockpicks? I checked his hands and his hands were fine.
Yeah, I asked him. He said no. I think that's pretty much as far as I can go with that.
I think if you were to have checked the car on scene to see if it had any signs of tampering, then you might have unlocked the PC to go in for a search, because at that point, you have a little bit more evidence to go off of rather than just reasonable suspicion.
Now, okay, so you can check on scene if the car's been tampered with?
Yeah, you can look at the door of the vehicle. You can peek at it.
Is that through the pleat? I mean,
you walk up to the side of it and you peek at it, and it should show you.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll take the blame for that one. I was kind of taking control of the scene. I should have specifically sent someone to check to see if the vehicle in question was tampered with.
Well, I mean, if you don't know, it's not that big a deal.
Right,
yeah, it is helpful to know
about that. I just didn't think about it.
Because if somebody even just tries to lockpick a car, it will trigger that. And then you can further question them and be like, hey, there's signs of tampering on that vehicle. What happened to the vehicle? Especially if the vehicle's owner is present, you can ask them.
Now, you guys have any tips or pointers on, say the person didn't take for questioning, it's running along a little bit. They're asking, well, I want to leave, or, why am I detained? Pretty much just say, it's for your safety and our safety, try to get the evidence and find out what's going on here. Is there anything else better I could say, or a better way to word that?
I mean, you could just say, we're trying to get to the bottom of what happened. We weren't present on the scene when we arrived, so, we're just trying to get answers, and it depends on how you want to word all that. Okay. But I think the way that you put it was just fine.
Yeah.
For officer safety.
Only other thing I had was, who was the first one to step out of the first vehicle?
Yeah, that was me.
Okay. You were the only one that stepped out and you had a taser in your hand. If he would have came at you and you missed your taser, you would have got messed up. Really.
Yeah, I saw him with his taser. I got out with my PD Glock. But, yeah, definitely good call there.
Yeah, that's where the teamwork comes in. Like, if you have someone like that, you at least want to have one lethal on him in case he does go crazy.
Okay.
Because obviously you guys just saw him hit me with a bat, so you don't know what he's gonna do next.
Yeah, there's no shot I'm getting out with a taser. This guy has a spiked baseball bat.
So when I pulled up on scene, I had taser out too. Should I have had Glock out as well, or?
I would have had a Glock out, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, for 77s, I think it's like deadly.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I
so
think
my biggest suggestion with that is it's better to be prepared and to have it ready. Yep. It's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it.
It's easier to downgrade to lethal or less lethal than to upgrade to lethal when you need lethal.
Right.
Exactly.
Like spam.
Because it's better and easier to go from a pistol, and let's say you have a pistol out and they try to draw a firearm, you can react instantly with lethal force. But if you have a taser, you have your taser out, you have to swap to your pistol and pull it out, and by the time you do that, you're probably getting shot.
Yeah.
So my suggestion is, even if you're just rolling up to a scene that you don't know what's going on, I would always have my pistol out. And it's easier to put your pistol away because let's say Richards is over here and decides to pull a gun and has a gun, or just pulls it out and tries to take me hostage. I already have my gun out and I can counter it. That's why I personally will always just keep my gun in my hand at the low ready in case something happens on a scene.
Do you do that for traffic stops as well?
It depends.
It's like an officer experience feeling type thing.
Yeah. Or like if you run the plate and it comes back to somebody it's just like a random civilian that you haven't had any interactions with, that you don't have the feeling of it's gonna, like, let's say it's a single person sitting in the driver's seat. You're not gonna normally walk up to it all aggressive, but it's a group of 4 people. It's easier to walk up and say, hey, how's everybody doing, and then to holster it when you're having a conversation with them, rather than whip it out and be like,
yeah, because even if they try to like pull their gun out, if you've got your pistol out, you can light up 2-3 of them before they even start getting an angle on you, especially if you come up in the proper way, right, at the backside.
Right.
That's where you got to be careful. Can you start getting into that NVL realm?
Yeah, it gets fishy.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you...
Also, I just want to point out there is no such thing as having a gun on your lap. If you are in a car or someone comes up to you and pulls a gun on you, do not start shooting them from your car window.
Yeah, I remember when Dan got in trouble for that.
It's not a thing. I think it's a common misconception. Please don't do that.
Okay, that's a good thing to hammer home.
Wait,
I think it's
gun on their
easy to
lap?
forget.
Yeah, so when you sit and
so
have
if-
your
Sorry.
have your gun at the low ready. I'll let you do it because you're the admin in this situation.
Yeah, so
I just have it always.
it's a pretty common thing. Like, people think that just because they've got their gun, you know, in their hand when they're sitting in the car, people can't see that. Like right now, if he has his gun out, we can't tell.
Right.
Unless he starts aiming it. Like that.
Right.
So that is a gun in lap situation. If somebody rolls up on you and they you know, get the drop on you and pull a gun first, you know, don't start shooting them from your car. Just don't
But
do
I
that.
had my
Just
gun in my
cooperate.
lap.
You know, there's nothing wrong with getting held hostage as an officer. You know, you don't always have to jump to shooting people as soon as lethal comes out. Sometimes it's more fun just to cooperate.
Gotcha.
A lot of fun things can come out of being held hostage to the cop, honestly.
Yeah,
And
for
if
sure.
people give you any guff for getting kidnapped or anything, you know, it happens to literally everyone. So don't even worry about that.
That's
So I have a
we have, bro.
I have a
Who
question
hasn't been
about sort of
kidnapped
about
here?
this.
Yeah.
So my question is, I was told pretty expressly, especially while I'm a cadet, if somebody comes up and points a gun at my head and says, unrack your guns from your block box and give them to me, that I should tell them that they should just kill me.
Okay, well, I wouldn't do that.
Not
I would-
literally that, but basically.
Personally, I would try to explain to them that it's, you know, they're in a locked safe, and hopefully they'll get kind of the message, but if not, just comply, and then report it later.
Got it, okay.
Because it shouldn't be a thing.
Got it.
It's like an example. It's like somebody trying to force you to withdraw money from your bank account.
Yeah.
Understood. Okay.
I mean, you can't really access your ATM at a bank with under duress.
Yeah. Okay. What I've been telling people is, like, it happened one time, and I was like, "Well, this thing's locked up to a heart rate monitor, and I'm obviously under duress at the moment, so it should go. It already locked down completely. I couldn't pull this thing out if I wanted to."
Hey, Tessa, can you come here for a second?
Yeah.
Like trying to give them the message, like
I don't know if this is supposed to be a thing, but uncuff me.
Yeah, like the lockbox, the lock compartment
All right. That's not normal.
Sheldon did it to me, and I was like, I don't think he meant to do it, but I noticed it, so
That's weird.
That's a thing. I don't know if
Okay.
it's just a here thing or.
It might be. We might have to test that elsewhere.
Okay, I figured you would be
If
one
you
to.
can, maybe test that on the main server and then put in a bug report if
Yeah, I
it's
will.
still doing it.
I was just seeing if you knew anything about it.
No, I haven't heard anything about that.
Okay. I mean, it is.
That's
kinda
a weird one,
convenient
though.
For soft cuffing, but
Does it give you a little prompt to break out?
no.
Oh, that's bad.
Yeah.
That's very bad.
That's why I was confused.
Oh,
'cause
no.
Sheldon cuffed me, and I broke out of it, and I think he accidentally.
Here, try it
hit
on
the-
me.
Yeah, it's just.
Okay, so it's soft cuffs. That's
Yeah.
weird.
I didn't. I don't know.
I don't know if that's intentional.
Actually, can you try one more thing? I'm gonna run away when I do it.
Okay.
Run now.
I'm glad that you're able to make it because it makes a big difference.
Okay, so it doesn't do it. I don't know, but I'll.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah. Okay. I was just letting you know.
Yeah, I might bring
I'll
it up
test
to
when we
somebody.
get to it. Okay.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Man, they do
Well,
such
so-
a good job with the FTOs. You guys are so good at this.
Oh well, we
I
better
mean, to
get
put it in
moving on
perspective,
if we
both
want
me
to
and
actually
Nakkida
be
have been
good at
here-
stuff.
Or Tessa have been here for 6 years, 7 years. It's been a while.
All right.
Yeah.
Nice.
All right, let's roll. Let's go ahead and roll into the next scenarios. It's going to be the 1032. So besides Bruce and Hydra, what is a 1032?
Person with a gun.
All right, perfect.
Person with a gun.
All right. All right.
Go behind the building.
Yep. We'll call you guys over.
All right. I don't have a gun on me, so if you guys want to, you can hold me up, and then, how do we want to play this one?
How about I don't have a gun, he doesn't have a gun, or sorry, you don't. So Tessa doesn't have a gun, I don't have a gun, but Richards does, but I am his accomplice. So we're both involved, but we'll see if they can figure out, oh, I'm involved, but I don't have a gun on me. So he's the one with the gun. And
I'm innocent.
she's just working.
All right.
Or if we wanted to, you could hold me up, and then you guys are able to, because I guess maybe throw a wrench in it because Tessa looks so innocent. I don't know.
All right.
No,
I
I don't know if we need to throw in wrenches or anything. I think
Yeah, we just
we gave him
basic
enough
stuff.
guff already.
All right.
All right.
Yeah, dispatch getting reports of a.
Am I just gonna stand here while they roll up?
AirX parking.
I don't know.
Group 1, if you can make your response.
What do I do?
Maybe holster things when they pull up.
1076 to.
We'll just run away.
I'd put
Run
your-
away. Let's run away.
Yeah.
38.
Yeah, so I'd put your gun away, and then we just go and leave.
Help!
Stop.
555, can we hit 77s? This is 1032. We got 2 individuals all blacked out. We got one person hands up.
572, currently 76.
Hands up! Stop! I will put your hands up right now. You are about to be tased. You will be shot. You understand?
They won't. They're not complying.
Since we're slamming up top the building, another one hiding behind the door here.
And we got him crawling over this radio tower. I don't see a gun, but be careful. I don't see where the other guy went. Sit tight, boys. You guys got eyes on both of them or just one?
We got,
We got
one in
one.
cuffs.
I'm on the roof. I got one at a gunpoint, sir.
We got 295s. What's the situation?
Currently 295s. I'm gonna go back to the person that was down.
10-4. All right, I'm gonna go see the victim. You guys
Did you get
question them
him?
and run them in the MDW.
You okay, ma'am? What happened?
One of them was holding me up. He asked me for all my money, and then the other one was with him, and they were all just being mean to me. That's the one. He had the gun.
Okay, just he had the gun.
Yeah.
All right,
But
you
the
okay,
other
man? Do
guy
you need
was
medical
helping
attention or
him.
anything?
He was making threats on me.
Okay, all right. We'll take care of all that. First things first. Listen, my name's John Hydra, Paleto Bay Sheriff's Office. Okay, you can call me John if you want to. What's your name?
I'm Tessa.
How's it going, Tessa? Okay, let's get you away from this guy and come talk over here, okay?
Okay.
Let's get you out of the road. Okay, I know you could be a little shaken up over something like that, but you look like a tough gal to me, okay?
Yeah, I'm tough and I'm scrappy and I can handle
Hell
anything.
yeah. You're goddamn right you can. Those guys are basically running from you. You know, I think they're
Yeah,
running
well,
from
they
you.
better have been.
Yeah, they better have been. Hell yeah. Okay. So, so I want you to start at the beginning. Can I see your ID first of all?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
Perfect. Okay. Perfect. All right. I'm just gonna write some stuff down here. Why don't you just start from the beginning? Tell me what happened. Okay. We'll make sure these scumbags get put away for a long time.
Well, I was just minding my own business over here, and then, they both came out of nowhere, and, the one with the black hair over there, he pulled a gun on me, and he wanted all my money in my pocket. And,
What the hell?
yeah, and then the other guy he started threatening me. He said that they would shoot me if I didn't comply. And then when you guys came up, I guess they ran away, and I waited.
Okay. All right. Well, all right. So we'll go ahead and write that down. This guy's the one with the gun. He's pointing at you. The other one. Okay. Okay. I got all that here. Let me just think for a second. Okay, listen, do you need medical or anything? You need to see medical attention?
No, I'm okay.
Okay. All right. Well, I got your information here. If you want to add anything, you can go up to MRPD and you can let them know you want to speak to John Hydro, or you can just talk to any officer and let them know you want to add any statements or anything to this case, okay?
Okay.
Can I get a description of the type of gun that he had on him?
Well, it looked like a PD gun.
Sorry, say that again for me.
It looked like a PD Glock.
Not yet.
PD Glock? What the hell?
Yeah, he was holding it up to my head.
Alright, Miss Lamb here says that this fellow had a PD Glock on him, so let's make sure and keep an eye out for that, okay?
The one in the leather.
10-4, the one in the street right now. Yeah, and the fellow up on the top was the one making criminal threats.
Copy. Did she say
Can we
anything
get a
about...
channel for this?
No clear channel, stay on this one.
10-4.
Okay, Ms. Lamb, sorry about that. Okay. Did you happen to see when they ran
Did she say anything
away?
about the other gentleman with the red hair, whether or not he had a weapon?
He didn't have a weapon, but he was making criminal threats that they'd kill her if she didn't comply, stuff like that, so we're gonna take him.
Okay, did you happen to see where they might have thrown it down when they were running away? You know, I'm sure you were, trying to, take care of yourself out there, but if
Oh, I
anything
don't
you saw at
know.
all might help. Okay.
I think maybe one of them went up on that tower up there, but where he's being handcuffed, but I didn't see where they put it.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll keep an eye on it. Would you mind hanging out here for just a few minutes for me? We want to question them, and I might just have a couple qualifying questions for you, just to make sure we can get these guys locked away for as long as possible. I appreciate you, Ms. Lamb.
Alright, let's start a perimeter sweep. Anybody who's not actively with one of the detainees, let's go ahead and start a side-by-side sweep here and try and find this thing.
It's getting hungry. You're going to jail.
I didn't do anything. Why the
You
fuck am I
did
getting
so.
arrested?
You know what you did.
I didn't do nothing. What are you talking about? Fucking crazy lady.
You made threats on me.
You watch your tone, Mrs. Lamb.
What do you mean? This man threatened me to kill me and stuff.
He threatened to kill you?
Yeah, he's a jerk. And they robbed me.
Hey, Miss Lamb.
What exactly did they take from you, ma'am?
Oh, hang
Well,
tight.
they
Hang
took
tight.
my
compadre.
money.
Yeah, Miss Lamb, can we get you to hang tight over here? Just away from this guy. I don't want him hollering anything
All right,
at you right
fine.
now. Okay.
I'll go over here. I'm sorry. They
okay, I
robbed
understand.
me.
Alright boys, let's keep this scene tight, okay? I want to keep these guys all away from each other.
How much did they take from you?
They took $20.
$20?
Yeah.
All right, we'll get him for terrorism. Don't you worry, Miss Lamb.
Okay.
All right.
Hey, someone grab Rogers and cuff or uncuff, then cuff him again. There might be having issues. Oh, he's got to go on channel 3. Never mind. Uncuff him so he can go onto the other radio channel.
Also, Kamikaze, I don't know if I said thank you or not, but thank you for the 7 months.
I have his firearm on him. On me.
We still have the 1060 and 1071. We're just finishing up our 1032. They're all talking about it and getting everything sorted. We're okay. Yeah, we can combine the two. Okay, we'll do. Well, and then our group for all of Shift 2 is up here at ARX. Okay, yeah, and if anything, we can always just join a radio channel and talk about it. But I mean, overall, all these cadets are actually doing really good, and they're actually enjoying it. So, it's going very smooth. So, yep, same traffic. If you need anything else, just let me know. If you want to cuff me and throw me back in so you can continue. I had to uncuff myself because they're like, what's going on? If they're starting to go over charges, let's go ahead and just call it there.
Yeah, I think they're
Yeah.
discussing what's happening, but I'm just gonna stop them once they get to charges.
Yeah. Alright, let's go over and listen.
Yeah, 'cause I was gonna see if you guys want to listen. We'll just we'll have them break it down to us from here.
Alright, so let's go ahead and we're not here, but break it down and what.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Sheldon?
Hello? Everybody hear me?
I think so.
Hello, there we go.
Hello?
Maybe kidnap. I'd have to look at the kidnapping. I don't know if just I don't think robbing people. So.
Okay, everybody now. How about that?
Aggravate. Was it aggravated robbery or felony robbery? I have to look at my MDW. Is there a way to just look at sorry, is there a way to just look chart? Okay, yeah, we double check with she didn't say that she was injured, just that she was robbed, so it's probably not first degree robbery, it's probably just
But there was blood on the scene, so
oh, was her blood on the scene?
That might have been
I mean,
from something else.
Yeah, okay.
If there was blood on skin over there.
When I looked at her, she didn't look injured, so yeah.
I took it.
I feel like I can't hear half the people here at the moment.
Can you hear me, Hydra?
I can hear Hydra.
Okay.
I don't know if I can hear Roger.
Yeah, I don't
Roger,
think
you
I can hear
talking?
Rogers.
Okay, yeah, we can't hear you, Rogers.
What about Bruce? Can I hear Bruce?
Brucey.
Can you guys hear me?
No, I
Yes.
can't hear Bruce.
I can't hear Bruce either.
Bruce? Bruce? Bruce, try, if you can hear us, try, plus mumble.
And what about... Oh god, names are hard. What's his name?
Yeah, we can hear you now, Bruce. Hello.
Make sure you guys are yelling too.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, Richard, you're coming in real quiet.
I
was
didn't
I?
say anything.
Oh no.
Oh.
Or sorry, not Richard.
Patty. Hello?
Hello.
I can hear
Hello?
Patty.
Okay,
Yeah.
alright,
he's-
now,
you are-
now,
he's
we're,
pretty
now
quiet.
we're good.
Hello? Sorry.
It's okay. You're
Alright,
yelling.
Can you
Bruce?
guys hear me? Can you
Yeah,
hear me?
there we go.
Okay.
Alright, and
I just cycled everything. Hey, Mick.
Mick, can you hear us?
Shelly.
Mickey.
Shelly.
Or, what was it?
Posey.
Mickey.
Sheldon.
Yo, Mick. Sheldon. I haven't interacted with this character.
I can
There
hear
you
right
go.
now. Sorry.
Alright, okay, I think we're good now. Alright.
Okay. Yeah. So super comfortable being able to get both these guys. Dark for robbery. I guess I'd talk to Tessa to see which one actually robbed. How do you? Is there what's it called when like somebody like helps somebody do a crime? I can't. It's slipping my mind right
Accomplice.
now. Accomplice. Yeah. Is there? Are there specific accomplice crimes, or can you tack on accomplice like accomplice robbery? I don't know.
When you right-click the charge, it'll show whether or not you can do accomplice or accessory.
Oh, okay.
And this would be accomplice because he assisted, rather than just accessory.
Right. So let's see. Let's do robbery. And then
I personally would do, petty theft, and then assault with a deadly. Or
yeah,
perhaps
petty
assault
theft,
and
not
battery.
robbery, because robbery is from a financial institution or
Well,
Oh, no,
value
no,
with
no, no,
less
no,
than
no, no.
1,000 from another
I would do
person is
criminal
petty
use of a
theft.
firearm.
oh yeah, for sure criminal use.
Yeah.
Petty theft is for less than 1,000, so.
Alright,
Depending
So
on
we
what
got
you do.
petty
But
theft.
yeah, we don't need to really go into charges too much. but-
Okay. I thought that's what you
Yeah.
wanted. Sorry.
Nope. It's basically how things went with these scenarios, what we're trying to go to, because we're starting to get crunched for time. We're supposed to be done at the top of the hour.
Okay.
So we got to do a 1060 and a 1071 shot call. So
Yeah, do you guys just want to tell us what you thought?
Sheldon came in and well, let's do the same thing we did before when they weren't here.
Oh yeah. How do you mean? What do you just like what we were talking about?
Yeah, exactly. Same thing. Just
Okay.
repeat it. Sheldon,
Oh.
you came in.
Yeah, so we basically walked it through. I kind of took control of the scene, so I was one of the first officers on scene. I was kind of giving people orders, so I'll take that. So I said, okay, all right, in order, let's go from Sheldon. Tell me what happened.
Okay, so I arrived on scene. As I arrived on scene, we noticed the people running away from you guys. So I pulled my car around, jumped out. The guy dressed in black right here. Immediately pulled up to him, got out, pulled out my Glock and pointed at him. I said, "Sir, freeze." I think I said, "Sir, freeze." Anyways, he started to run, and then I pulled out my taser, and we were chasing for a bit. And I said, "Stop! I'm gonna tase you." He ran for a little bit, and I tased him.
Okay.
I then put him in custody, Mirandized him. Moved him to the side, asked him for his name, stated my name, sat him down, asked him the situation, and then moved and talked to y'all. And in the process, realized I had keybind set up that changed my radio station. So one of the other groups heard me say, "Sheldon Jones pulling the car around."
Perfect. Okay. Okay.
That's all right.
All right,
It
Bruce.
Same thing. Came out, gentleman here dressed in black with a leather jacket and dark pants, was leaning up against the door while the other individual with the hat there was climbing up on the building. I proceeded to assist Sheldon. I pulled out my lethal. Sheldon headed less lethal.
Good.
From there, Sheldon was able to tase him, get him in cuffs, pulled him off to the side. At that point, I noticed you guys had the gentleman with the hat in cuffs. So that's where I was calling out that we had 295s. And then from there, we proceeded to questioning.
Great. Yeah, I'd like to see.
Where's it going back?
I'd like to see the 95 calls happen. God, I'd like to see the 95 calls happen a little sort of as they're happening, because there were 2 arrests and I didn't know it yet. So that's why I was asking what was happening on the radio. I was like, how many 95s do we have?
Yeah, the 95 on top is not happening yet, but the one at the bottom, was it called?
Yeah, the bottom one was called, but
it was called, but I didn't call it.
Yeah,
Bruce called
the 95 on top
I called
was called exactly as it happened.
Okay, yeah, maybe I didn't hear it.
One
I
thing
said
for me,
195. Oh, go ahead.
when I went running back to the car, who said that stop running, I'm going to tase you, stop running, I'm going to shoot you?
I think that was Hydra.
Yeah, that was me.
So try not to say that.
I will murder you.
Because that'll get...
It's a good. I was gonna bring that up too. It's a good way to get shot.
I started with stop all tase, and then I thought I saw
your gun out.
Well, then I had my gun out, and then I was like, okay, let me pull my taser out. And then I thought you still had the gun on you. I didn't know who had the gun, so I was like, well, I'm not gonna pull my taser out. That's dumb. So then I was like, stop or I'll shoot. Which I had no actual intention of shooting there unless the situation called for it, to be clear. But it's probably a good idea to not say that you'll shoot somebody unless you
I wouldn't recommend it.
Yeah, because that's a real good way of them, because you just initiate with them. It's a quick way for them to whip around and just start shooting you.
Yeah, I think
they feel their life's in danger, but at the same time, try and avoid it. But
Jesus,
that still scares me.
Yeah,
you should.
Yeah, I think I need to remember, right, that efficiency isn't always the best policy, right? Ending the foot chase immediately is not ideal sometimes. It's let the foot chase happen, you know, and you can even have dialogue while you're having your foot chase. I think because we're doing the training, I'm in like super heightened, mega serious mode. And so that's kind of where that response might have come from. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I mean, I understand that. Just kind of keep that in mind when you're out on patrol. So.
But yeah, definitely a good idea to not have my freaking taser out there, right? I mean, we get called to somebody having a gun. I don't want to.
Yeah.
Once we're in the foot chase and I don't see a gun, if there's somebody with me, but when I was running, I was alone, and that's why I had my Glock out. So I probably just shouldn't have said I'm gonna tase or shoot you. I should have just kept telling him to stop.
Yeah, I
So
told
my
Sheldon that I had
suggestion,
lethal out. While he was
is
pulling
if
out
you
his
have
taser.
a partner with you, communicate verbally that you're switching to non-lethal. I have lethal coverage. I have non-lethal. Those sort of things, because then you communicate and you know, okay, if shit goes south, I have my gun, because there have been so many times that I've been patrolling and I've literally seen like 4 people chasing after one suspect and they all have a taser out.
Oh no, they whip out with like an Uzi or it's game over.
Yep, it literally has happened.
Oh no.
Yeah,
It happens.
Did you have
They whip out a Glock, an AP pistol, and just mow everybody down, and all you have is a taser, and it's just like, somebody needs to have lethal coverage. You should have a lethal, and then you have a non-lethal. Lethal is your number one priority. If you're by yourself, always have your gun out.
Roger.
If you have 2 individuals, if you have 2 people, then the primary unit has lethal out, then the secondary unit has non-lethal.
Yeah. Okay.
Or if vice versa, if the first person is close to the suspect and can get a tase off, then you switch and say, hey, I need you to switch to lethal. I'm going to switch to non-lethal and go for a tase. Communication is key.
Good.
Yeah, clear.
I think me and Tibbs kind of took
Yeah, you guys worked great together.
up on there. Yeah. Yeah, I was going on the side, not making sure he's not in my line of sight when I was I had lethal out, and he took the cuffs right there.
Yep.
Yeah, my whole thing was I was trying to keep an eye on Rogers, and I didn't want to also climb up the ladder. I figured I'd keep they're locked. They're basically imprisoning themselves up there. Like if it turns into a shootout, we're gonna shoot them. but so I just basically I kept a wide angle on the situation so I could sort of, I guess my idea was, since I was kind of making calls on the scene, I wanted to have the widest angle of being able to see what was happening.
Yep.
And then Bruce, you called it exactly when it happened, 95, and then yeah.
Yeah, I might have been screaming when that happened. So
that's
although when you called the 95, I was like, he's not with us. Is he calling another 95, or would it be better if it's like Tips putting in cuffs? He calls the 95, so we're not confused.
You can always do your call sign 195. So I'd be like 555 195.
Yeah.
But Bruce had called 295s.
Yeah. At the end there is that we have 295s. Okay, great.
Yeah, once I got far enough back and I saw you guys up there, then I called it out.
Yeah, if you're cuffing somebody, it should go like this. Like, boom, cuff them. You told them that you're going to cuff them. 319, 195.
Sorry, reflex.
Yeah, you're good. But, like, if you're cuffing somebody, just call that you have a 95 once you have them cuffed. It's a simple way to do it, and that way everybody knows there's no miscommunication.
I have a question.
But one thing there is just make sure that they're actually in cuffs and not having broken cuffs. You
my
can say
question
one resisting if they're still trying to break
good.
cuffs.
So I have a question about we're on the way to a person with a gun. So I pulled my AR out because I didn't know what type of gun it was. So I had it on my back for that situation. Thoughts on that?
All right, so we got 10 minutes for the next event.
Yep. So let's go ahead and step into that. It's going to be a 1060 and a 71 call.
All right, to the cars.
While we're running, can I get your thoughts on what that was, or can we talk about that later?
Yeah, I'll give a debrief on that. But
I have an event locked.
all right. I don't got a gun on me.
Okay. So here's what I think. I think we should have 2 of these cars. There's one over there. I can bring it over. Next to each other. And I think one of them should have the person in it, but the car's not registered to them. And then the other one, the person is just next to the car. But it is coming back registered to them.
Okay, yeah, that works.
That way they have something to like be, oh, well, maybe there's something else going on here.
Yeah, and then we just have the reports of shots fired, because it could be, like they just shot the
maybe we'll
local.
put a dead local like scene right next to it.
Yeah. Alright, go grab it, and I'll use this one here and just.
Radio check.
10-2.
Radio check just for one person, don't worry.
Yeah, 10-2.
Dispatch 544, audible gunshots.
Yeah, scratch shots fired for now. Hold on.
Is that disregard, correct?
Yeah, just for the second.
Ever.
Hold on, let me break out the window completely.
Showing that it's tampered with.
71's behind the air flight hangar up here in Zancudo. 2 units responding.
Alright, folks. Hands up.
Yeah,
here, we can see y'all.
alright.
Man with black hat, black shirt, white shirt, dark pants, one seat. Also a lady with red hair.
Sir in the car, stop reaching.
green blouse with a
Don't move, don't move. Don't move. Turn around, ma'am. Turn around. I'm going for cuffs.
A dead individual on the ground over here.
Why are you handcuffing me?
Sir, it's your turn now.
We need EMS over here. We got a dead guy.
EMS anytime until we clean this up.
Sir, in the vehicle. Get out of the vehicle with your hands up.
I got lethal.
Put your hands up, sir.
I got lethal.
Going in for cuffs. No sudden movement, sir.
All right.
Dispatch 395s.
Let's get these radios off.
Nobody in the front seat of the car. Let's get this trunk cleared real quick too.
Yep, I got the trunk.
Okay, we're gonna do a trunk clear. If you're in the trunk, put your hands up now.
Opening trunk.
Get the trunk by yourself down.
Ready? Good. We're good.
Clear.
Okay, clear.
What is
Okay,
going on?
Let's split these guys. Let's split these guys up.
Right here. Oh, I'll take with the. Oh.
Why are you putting 2 cuffs on me?
Sorry about that, sir. Just making sure you're.
Hey, look nice with extra
Coming with
jewelry,
me,
sir.
criminal.
Excuse me.
Criminal scum.
How dare you? I did nothing wrong.
Alright, you mind telling me why there's a dead local
Hey,
next to the
let's go
car you were
together
just
and
at, ma'am?
I'm gonna go GSR these guys.
What do you mean? I was next to my car.
Collect evidence.
You were next to your car?
Yeah, the gray one.
555 is gonna grab GSR, everybody.
Alright, I'm just gonna check your prints here.
Yeah, make sure you guys GSR these guys.
You wouldn't happen to have a gun on you, would you?
No, I do not.
And you wouldn't have fired a gun recently, would you?
No.
Been tampered with.
No!
How many casings you got?
Am I under arrest?
No, you're just being detained for my safety.
Okay, I'm gonna leave all evidence gathered up to you for now. Okay, so make sure you clean it all up, take pictures before you grab it. Okay, you got your camera on you?
I sure do.
10-4.
I'm not being loud, but I'm being loud.
Yeah.
Alright, ma'am, you seem to have a large bulge on your person. I'm just gonna go ahead and check your
It's
right
a
pocket
knife.
here.
Don't poke yourself.
Alright, alright. Anything else I should know about?
There shouldn't be.
What is this, an iPhone 7? You disgust me.
What do you mean?
You disgust me. Apple user. Alright, you mind telling me what you know about what happened here, ma'am?
I don't know. Well, so I was just coming back from work, and I was in my car, the gray one right here,
10-4.
and I drove up, I parked my car, I got out, and then you all just pulled up and started yelling at me.
Alright. Oh, ma'am, you're just gonna be remaining. I'm just gonna keep you detained for just a little bit. You're not under arrest, so you don't have to worry about that. I'm just gonna confer with
All right, I'm looking in the glove box here to see
with
if
my
there's
fellow
any,
officers right here
firearms.
and confirm your place of employment and to see if the car is yours. All right.
Okay.
What you got so far on him?
Yeah, one sec. Everything's being funky. One sec.
Okay. All right. So he came back negative. He came back negative. Okay. Like I said, I'm yelling, but I'm not yelling. I'm doing that so everybody can hear.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And you said you live here?
I work here.
Oh, you work here?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Alrighty. Well, at this time you are free to go. Sorry for the inconvenience. If you could just, step into your car and leave the scene, that would be very appreciated. Thank you.
Okay.
10-4. Okay.
that, so he's a witness.
Okay. All right. We're just gonna try to verify real quick how many shooters there are.
We're gonna.
Radio check.
And 2.
And 2.
I don't know if we need to switch back to radio channel 3 or not, based on the latest 301 from Espinosa.
Okay. We're on channel 3, right?
So my radio's scuffed, so I can't. Hold on.
We're going LSA.
Yeah,
Did I do good, or should I
we all have
search
to go
your
down to
car,
LSI.
No, you did good. It
Thank
came
you.
back
Thank
registered
you.
to me. I was just
Yeah,
our
yeah.
negative. Only thing I would have done is waited until you had confirmation from the other officers that I was free to go.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
I saw Tessa leave and I was like, wait, did he cut her loose?
You didn't
Oh,
really
shit,
relay
that's an
anything
empty
to
one,
them,
so-
so they didn't really know
Oh.
what was going on.
Gotcha.
So you really want to make sure that people are aware, especially
Alright.
if
Yep.
there was something going on there that I might have been involved in. I might have helped to let them off the scene. I might have interfered. I might have done something.
Oh, right.
Could have had.
So you always
want to
make sure that your other officers are ready before you cut anyone loose off the scene.
She
Gotcha.
might not have had a chance to do what she wanted to do when we rolled up quick enough, so.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Then you uncuff her, and now we're all hostages, or one of you's hostages. And
Yep.
let my people go.
Yeah, I think I'd like to see if we pull up to that where we know gunshots have happened. Use the cars as barricades to put. We were all kind of standing in a semicircle, except for me and my partner. We were kind of behind the car, using that as shielding. And we've got these tools. Make
Yeah.
sure we're using them, right?
Yeah. So
And you
so
guys
one-
probably
one-
would have
one
wanted
thing,
to do
though,
a felony
Hydra,
stop.
is you standing over on that side put you in the line of fire.
Did it? Oh shit. Okay.
Yep. So,
Also,
and another thing is let the people that are closer handle what's going on here.
Oh, that was
Yeah,
loud.
10-4. Okay.
also standing behind the vehicle it's a little dangerous because you don't know if I'm gonna back into you. I
That's
can
true.
back right into
Very
you and
true.
be gone.
Oh, yeah. 'Cause if
I
I'm
wasn't
behind my car-
sure. I wasn't sure if you were the dead local because you were kind of like hiding, crouching down.
Like hunched forward.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's fair.
I'm
probably
gonna
should have made that more clear,
quickly-
I guess.
Quickly relog 1 second.
Okay.
All right.
Question: when Bruce drove in, should he have parked behind the car so that it doesn't leave?
Yeah, so what I would have done in that situation, so it wasn't really called over dispatch, which we were trying to do a thing where the cars both match description, but color
Right.
was different. So when you guys would have had that call, it would have had dispatch saying that it was that kind of car, which you had two
No
right there
color.
next to each
Yeah.
other, but it would have said the color of the car that was being stolen. So you would have had that piece of information as well.
And that's something we
Um,
could double verify once we get on scene, right? Well, there's two
Yeah,
here. What was
yeah,
the color?
and dispatch would probably relay that to you as well, so you wouldn't have to worry about it. But I don't know if anyone really addressed the fact that the cars were the same kind, but we didn't really relay that we were looking for that kind of stuff. We were supposed to do a 1060 and a 1071.
Okay.
So, okay.
Okay. Did someone just vomit bees?
Hey,
I don't
so
know.
I might have had some beans last night. I apologize.
Was that movie with Nicolas
It
Cage
ran
where he
through
pukes the bees up? Wicker Man?
Well, we better head down.
Yep,
now,
yep.
okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'll drive you to the car.
Yeah, Tessa, I feel like maybe I've been. This is my car, by the way. I feel like maybe I've been trying too hard to take control of scenes, but I often when I see a lot of people not making a judgment call and I see nobody's taking control,
No,
I
that's
just
okay.
naturally sort
That's
of
okay. You go ahead and do that. We'll leave this car here for Rogers if he needs it.
Sweet boat.
Don't worry about that too much, honestly, because certain people do need some guidance, and in this kind of scenario, if you have more experience, feel free to try and help. It.
What the hell?
Okay.
What is happening?
That that was not me.
Tessa. Okay.
I'm innocent. You know, in these, if we had more time, we would actually have had each individual person have a shot at leading the scene.
Got it. Okay.
That's how they did it at my academy. But my academy was like 20 people, and
Yeah.
we had time to do that kind of stuff. So it's okay if you're leading certain things.
Okay. I just didn't want it to seem like I was like trying to be the leader all the time.
No, it's okay.
I just default to that when no one else is doing it, right?
Yeah, and that's, I mean, we need people like that, so don't worry about that. It's not a bad trait to have.
Cool. Okay. I think
so long
I
as
was...
like, if there are superior officers on the scene who are doing stuff, just try to ask them ahead of time if they're wanting you to do something. But if you do notice that, you know, a sergeant on scene isn't giving direction or something, you can direct people if you need to.
What the hell happened there?
Don't know.
That was weird. Sorry, I just wanted to turn the mister on, you know? Oh, I'm so happy. You know, it's so funny. When I talked to you in the parking lot that one day, I was like really upset. I was just having a shitty day.
Yeah.
And then I don't even know if you ever said anything to anybody, but I was like right after we had that talk, I was just like, you know what? Tessa's right. I'm just gonna try to have fun and relax and stop thinking about it so much. And then it's just like the boiling water, right? It takes the same amount of time, but when you're not focusing on it, it doesn't feel so agonizing.
And there's a lot of people that were in your position too, so don't think it was like a personal thing at all, because it certainly wasn't. Like, look how many cadets we have right now, you know?
Yeah, it's a lot, yeah. I'm surprised I got hired before the big wave did.
You don't realize how many we have right now. But seeing everyone on the spot right there is crazy.
Yeah, it was a lot. Like, oh my god, it's kind of cool. I was telling the guys, like, man, I love this server. There's so much community here that you don't get in a lot of like places like this.
Are we supposed to be on a certain channel?
I don't think so. I went the wrong way though.
Yeah, we're supposed to be at LSI, I think.
Yeah, I took the hill. What do you guys call it? What's that big hill that's by Dean World? The incline?
Oh, Bay City.
Yeah, Bay City incline. That's what it is. I didn't mean to take that, but I took it. Man, I can see why they don't allow just anybody to use like A+. Like, it's crazy. It's wildly different.
Mm-hmm. I don't use it half the time. We might have had to go the other way.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. This car's smoking.
A little bit. I blame the government. Global warming. Penguins.
I don't know why they're having everyone meet up again.
Because they want to break VoIP? Oh.
Yeah.
Let's just stay back here. It's close enough, right? Yeah, overall, how do you think I'm doing?
I think you're doing good.
Heck yeah.
This is something that has been stayed and strict a couple of weeks ago, to be fair. So I know that a lot of you guys got hired, you know, maybe longer than that, but we are not making any exceptions for any case. You want to go switch for another department, you know what? You're fired, and you can go through all of the process and so on. It's not just, oh, just hire me instantly. I will make sure you have to go through waiting lists, interviews, and all of that shit.
PBS
All right.
Alright, good talk to you.
Yeah, blood in, blood out.
I'm not role playing right now, Tyrion.
Blood for the blood god. But other than that, guys, enjoy this time.
not a role-play.
Being
You
a
said
cadet
that.
can be one of the
You
best
act
times
like I
for the
role-play
PD.
anyways.
There's gonna be a lot of
I mean,
hazing
what?
and so on, but you know, it also builds you up, right? So yeah, that's all I have. Espino's, Ripley, this is your time to shine.
Again, just make sure that you pay attention. This is literally the best training session you'll ever get. The fact that we're running these prolonged academies. Tomorrow, it's going to be a great day because you guys will get to go with SRU and we'll get to go through pursuits and stuff. But right now, we're going to be doing traffic stops with Trooper Ripley and myself. Take it away, Ripley.
All right.
Ooh, traffic stops.
All right, so for traffic stops, this is going to be real. You're going to get a lot of traffic stops. As far as roleplay is concerned, you're role-playing as cops. Your ability to follow these steps and seem like a cop who's running a traffic stop should seem is going to add a ton of immersiveness to the people on the server. Even if they're throwing some crazy bullshit your way, every joke needs a straight man, and your opportunity is here if you follow these steps to seem like a cop who knows how to do a traffic stop. It's very easy to tell the difference between someone who's trained and knows what they're doing versus someone who's just dressed up like a cop and is trying to do their best to, I guess, seem like they know what they're talking about. Everybody will sniff you out immediately if you don't know what
Head
you're
Zero,
doing.
thank
So
you for
that's
the
what
2
we're gonna go
months.
through right now is procedurally how to do a
Oh,
traffic
and also
stop.
Asian Elm,
There's a
thank
lot
you
of
for the 2
steps.
months
If
as
you want to
well.
think of it like a checklist, you can follow along
Appreciate
with
that.
me. And then once I go through all these steps, me and Espino's, we're going to demonstrate one for you so you can see it all in action. And you're going to all get an opportunity to do a traffic stop as well. Plus, with your FTOs later in future days, you'll get many future opportunities as well. Okay. If you want to follow along with me while I'm reading through this, because there are quite a few steps, we're on slide 35 in the slides there. So if you don't already have that open, make sure you got that open to slide 35. As you can see right at the top, case laws are paramount to your understanding of how you're going to do this and what you're doing. We already talked earlier about Pennsylvania SMIMS. I'm not going to reread it. You all already heard how that works. The gist of it was that was your ability to pull the driver out of the vehicle.
Kind of go a little further away so it's not so loud.
What you might not know is Maryland versus Wilson, and it's a 1997
So
case law.
I
Law enforcement officers have control over the movement of vehicles' passengers and may order passengers
just want to talk to you guys, I guess, because I haven't been able to. Hello, I hope you're doing okay.
Just like Pennsylvania SMIMS, except it applies to the other people in the car. So if anyone tries to
How is
lift off
everyone?
you, that they're not the driver, so you can't order them out. Maryland versus Wilson explicitly states that you can, for the exact same reason as Pennsylvania versus MIMS, officer safety. Not because they were giving you an attitude, not because you had a feeling, but because of officer safety. If you can articulate it, you can get them and the passengers out, and you can get them detained.
I bought a cat shelf yesterday.
Case laws fresh in your mind. Let's talk procedurally about traffic stops. First, step one.
I just want to share that with everyone.
Behind a vehicle by engaging emergency lights and sirens.
And I'm going to mount it right above my computer so that Pip can hang out with me whenever she wants. Because she's very upset that she's missing out her spot.
You don't want to take for granted. I know this is the first step in the procedure, but you need to make sure you know when it's safe to initiate the procedure. It's a huge difference.
Yeah, it's a judgment balcony.
Between seeing someone go through a red light and initiating a traffic stop. That's fine. That's not the same as seeing a car loaded with 4 dudes with masks with AKs on their backs. Their license plate is flagged.
I also got a cat fountain as well.
There's 4 dead bodies over there riddled with bullets. That's not a car that I want you to pull up behind and flip open your handy manual.
Because I'm worried that my cats aren't drinking enough water. It's like a little drinking fountain for cats. Cats like to drink flowing water. It's kind of something that most people don't really know. Cats really like moving water rather than standing water. And they don't really like to drink from it. And it leads to a lot of kidney problems in cats. Yeah, and if your cat's drinking from the sink or something, it's probably a sign that they want some, like, flow in the water. So I purchased a cat fountain. Hopefully it'll help them. I don't think they're not drinking, I just think that they would enjoy having that. Because I know that Pip is really fascinated by faucets. got a like a big reservoir. It's stainless steel, so it's not going to get as much bacteria as other porous materials. It's easier to clean too. Yeah, we'll see if they like it. I mean, it might be a total flop, but we'll see. I have a lot of pets. Yeah, there's my list of pets. What else did I get? I don't think I got anything else like fun. To buy a new trash can. More dog food. That's it. Oh, I got cat treats and a little like cat playing box. Like it's a little box, like cardboard thing. It's got a lot of holes in it, and you put treats in it, and the cats pull the treats out. I don't know, I just felt like spoiling the pets. I was in a mood yesterday. Cat shelves are expensive though. Gosh dang. Like, they're expensive in general, and if you want an actually sturdy one, you gotta spend a little bit of money. But it's gonna look nice, and it should match my desk, which will be a plus. And I think she'll really like it, because she likes to be up high, and she's been really uncomfortable since I moved Sherman's enclosure and put the snake in her old hangout spot. So I'm trying to figure out ways to make her feel a little bit more safe in here. Even though she has the entirety of the house to hang out in, she just chooses this room. Sherman's doing good though. He's got his whole humble abode now. I'm really happy with how his tortoise table came out. There is one issue though. We the seal on the acrylic came undone at the bottom, so now it's kind of bowing into the enclosure a little bit, because the top door of the enclosure is resting on that acrylic. So we're gonna have to get some supports to put in to fix that issue, but it's not a bad thing. It's not a problem. Do we name the Roomba? Harms calls it Floor Sucker, but I don't know. I haven't been able to think of a good name for it. I wanted to call it the UFO, because it looks like a UFO, but on the ground. And I want to call it the Unidentified Floor Object. Or, no, not unidentified. Unassuming Floor Object is what I wanted to call it. UFO. Because it's just a Roomba. I don't know. I don't really like the name Floor Sucker. I think it's kind of silly. But UFO is also equally silly, so. We had... I still don't even remember why we named it this, but we had one of those, like, pool vacuums at my mom's house, because my mom had a pool. Well, I say had, but she still has a pool. There's the little floor vacuums for the pools, and they've got, like, the little tail. I don't know if you guys have ever seen those before. Maybe I'll get a picture. Oh, yeah, that's a good one. She had one of these, and this little, like, tail thing, it was like a water jet, and it would, like, wag. And it just goes on the bottom of your pool, and it sucks up all the debris. And it's powered by the water. Yeah, we, we named it after the, it had, like, 3 names. So, we had just, when we got this pool, we just watched the movie, The Water Horse. I don't know if you guys have seen that. But the water horse, the name the kid gave it was Caruso. So its name was Caruso, but then at some point my family added like 2 more names to it. So it was Caruso Cousteau the Narf. And I still, I don't know what those are references to, but it had a very unique name. And anytime we were in the pool, like nobody wanted to be touched by this thing because it was like, I don't know, creepy to get touched by the pool floor vacuum. And like we would always be like, look out, it's the Narf, and it was just like stupid. I don't know. We would run away from the Narf. No, I said Cousteau. So, like Gusto, but Cousteau with a C. So, Caruso Cousteau the Narf. And I genuinely have no idea what the second names are. Like, the 2 other names are. But they're a reference to something. Ew, I just had a bug on me. Ew. Yeah, Cousteau. Anyway, that's my story. Cousteau is a French oceanographist? Huh. Maybe that's what it's from. I'll have to ask my mom what the reasoning was. Because I know the Narf was a reference to something as well, but I think it was an old movie, possibly. I just can't remember what it was. Wonder how Harms is doing. Oh, you know what? I think my mom had just watched Lady in the Water, actually. I think that's what it's from. Because we were all scared of it. And nobody wanted to be touched by it, because it's, like, gross to get, like... It had a little bag that gathered all the debris and the bugs and stuff in it. Like, you don't want to get touched by this nasty bag that's got all the nasties in the pool. So anytime it would get near us, we'd be like, oh, it's the Narf, look out! That must have been why. Because the Lady in the Water thing was like... Is a creepy movie, I think? I don't think it was a scary movie. It was like a horror movie. Or like a suspenseful... thriller, maybe. A light punk, thank you for the 3 months. Welcome back. Well, I guess while I've got a minute, while I'm here talking to y'all, I might as well use this time and this little break to remind you guys about our sponsor, Apex Gaming PCs. Alright, let me, here, I'll actually pull up our little thing. They set me up with a cool little website that is specifically for you guys to look at. But, oh. Hold on. I'm doing a thing. Hold on. Obviously, they've got some good deals going on, but, if you guys use code Nakkida, you can save up to $250 off your purchase. We have 3 tiers of gaming PC that you guys can look at. Apex does, custom-built PCs and, you know, just, pre-built PCs. So if you're not really tech-savvy like me, you can use this service, and we've got the Cult Classic, which is the entry-level one. It'll still get the job done, but it's at a slightly lower price point. We have the Wolf in Sheep's Clothing, which is the mid-tier, and then the Golden Fleece, which is the high tier. And then this is the photo of it. And the design that we chose. And if you're interested in the specs of each tier, they've got everything outlined here with all the information you might want to know. And they've got some information about me. They do offer a lifetime labor warranty. They have US-based customer service, 24/7 customer service, and worldwide shipping. That's a big one. And they do have the obviously 1-year parts replacement warranty as well. But right now is like a really good time to go pre-built, just in general, because of the issues that people have been having with locating graphics cards. And going pre-built, obviously, is going to help you get a hold of those. Whereas right now it's kind of difficult, especially at the price point that you might want them at. And yeah, and I've gone pre-built a few times, actually. And they hooked me up with a lot as well when I joined their team. But, it's just a really cool thing because I don't know anything about computers, and if I ever need something, I usually just go to Harms because I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm talking about. And pre-built has always been a thing that I've gone to just because I'm not very good at this stuff. And to have the people backing you up that can help you if you're, you know, not sure what you're doing or you have questions, obviously they are available. And yeah, obviously you guys can get $250 off your purchase if you use code Nakkida. And if you got any questions or anything, they've got a really nice website that you can look through and get a lot of detailed information. There was one thing that they had mentioned to me recently as well. Let me check on that. Hold on. It was... I can't even remember what it was.
So the question is, you know, after we identify the person, should we always give them the explanation, or should we maybe go back to the car and do our own thing with it? You could mix
Where is it? Right here.
scenario. There might be some situations where there's a lot going on, and you might do step 3 before step 2 or something like that. As long as they're all done, that's the most important thing. But to answer your question,
Oh yeah, it was, they offer financing, so... I think there was something on the site. I think right here. Yeah. So they do offer financing if it's something that you're interested in as well. Which I think, you know, if you're not wanting to just drop thousands of dollars on a PC right now and you've got, you know, the means to do a payment plan, why not? And if you want information by this, here, I'll put it in the chat just for you guys, if you're interested. And you can check that out on the website, get more information. Yeah, that's the end of my story. You guys want to support those who support me? Check out Apex. Cool.
Yeah. Well,
You okay, Finian?
so the question is to do with if you've got someone on a
You
traffic
good?
stop, you realize you're going to have to pull them
You need
out. The situation
assistance?
seems dangerous, and you're still waiting for backup. What I would advise against is going back to your car and waiting silently while, you know, traffic's on the backup is on the way. It might be a minute out, might be 2 minutes out. As soon as these people start feeling antsy, like this isn't a regular traffic stop, what's this guy doing back there? They're going to pop out and shoot you in the head. So do not wait in the driver's seat while backup is on their way. If you can get a heads up that backup's on the way, but it's going to take a moment.
The cats are good.
You absolutely have the discretion to free them from the detainment and tail them. I would definitely not sit there with them detained for long periods of time because they are going to see right through what you're trying to do there. And they're either going to flee, which would be the best case scenario, or they're going to shoot you, which would be the worst case scenario. So how I would handle the situation just outlined is I'd probably just, you know, ignore that I saw the class 2, issue a small
Mini Moo
citation,
is
let them
sleeping.
go, and then follow them.
And Pip
and then
was
once
up
backup
on her
does
cat
arrive,
tree,
and I've
but
got
I
enough
don't know where
units to
she
deal
went.
with it, that's when I pull them over again for the class 2 weapon.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh shit, what up?
In this situation, you want to pick your battles, right? if there's no backup available, if you can't do anything about it, then sometimes we can't just engage these individuals if they have, let's say 2, 3 in the vehicle and they'll have class 2s in the back, right? Like you can know how they look like, you can know the vehicle description, and then you can relay it on radio, and then hopefully you'll be able to catch these guys again. But again, don't put yourself on exigent circumstances or situations where you know that this traffic stop is extremely dangerous that can cause you severe harm.
All right, before we do a demonstration, any other questions about traffic stops before you're going to see a demonstration and then you're going to break out in groups and you're going to be expected to run your own traffic stop in front of your FTO. So hopefully you don't have any other questions. Good. All right, everybody knows what they're doing. Okay.
So, Espinosa, you want to do a basic traffic stop? Just
Yeah,
like
let's do a basic
speeding or
one.
something?
We'll hop off your car.
Is it too late to ask one more question?
Yeah, go for it. Ask a question.
Yeah, so I just wanted to talk about, I guess, procedure
Look at him.
77s at traffic stops.
With his stupid haircut and his stupid shoes. Look at him.
But is there anything else we should be doing?
Look at his stupid jacket.
Oh no,
No, so it depends on the traffic stop, right? So if the reason you believe you need backup is because there's a possible risk, like it's a risky area, or there's 2 or 3 people in the car and there's only one of you, then you absolutely have the right to ask for backup so it's on the way, and then conduct your traffic stop as normal. unless any other risk factors present themselves, like a weapon becomes visible or something like that, or the verbalization from them turns pretty hostile or there's threats made. If it's just you want backup, you're free to engage with them until backup
Tessa?
arrives. If it's
Tessa, I've got a concern.
Sorry, what was your question? At the 77, you're saying what?
It's about Madison. You know she's my kid, right?
No.
Yeah, she's my kid, and she's recently been flying, and she had an accident where she nearly killed my wife.
Okay.
And my other kids.
The question is, what is the expectation of you as a backup?
So she
unit
flew
if
a
you're called for
helicopter
backup
and she crashed and
on a
nearly
traffic
killed my
stop?
wife
So,
and my
on
my
a
other
regular
kids,
routine
right?
traffic stop, like
And
if
then
it's
she's
for
been
speed or something,
driving,
maybe
and
there's
she
four
also
individuals in a
crashed
car
and
and
nearly
the person's
killed my
got two
wife and my
kills. We just
kids.
would prefer another unit
I think she
there.
needs to go to driving
You're
school.
gonna show up behind.
I thought she's a park ranger. That's just part of the department.
Your vehicle 45
right
degrees to the
now.
left. And
Listen,
if the suspicion is
I've
that, you know,
ridden
they
with
may
Maddie.
run,
She's
they've got a
she's
high-class
worse than me
vehicle,
at driving.
How much do you want,
that's why they
Tessa?
want backup is because they think they're gonna run. Then you can sit in the driver's seat of your car with the engine running.
It's just a ranger thing.
If they do hit the gas pedal, you're
Think
quickly
so.
able to respond.
Yeah.
There's
Me not good at
a pretty
driving?
significant gap where
No, none of
the
us are.
officer conducting the traffic stop has to scramble back to their vehicle.
Are you guys good at off-road drivers though?
Get in, start the engine, and start driving. And that while
You
that's
nearly
happening,
killed
Or good at
the
sending it
driver
off a
is
mountain.
down the street. So that's a pretty
I do
significant
that
gap.
too. I
So
do
as
that
a
too.
backup unit, if you think
I
they're going
did
to
see
flee,
Ziggy
being able
demonstrate that
to
multiple
quickly
times.
engage them is a huge advantage.
Have you met Snowman?
If the risk
To be
isn't them
fair,
fleeing,
when
it's them killing the officer conducting the stop.
we had Ziggy pursue a
then
fucking
instead, I
motorcycle
would recommend getting out of your
off-road, and he
car,
fucking kept up with it.
going around
And
the
I
back
got
of
him
the
Explorer.
car,
That was
on the
impressive.
passenger side of the vehicle.
So did I.
Fucking
Why
going
were
up
you
and
trying
down
to
my
say?
Chiliad.
Just so that they can see there's multiple officers on both sides of the vehicle. You can have your hand on your gun belt if you wish. You can draw your firearm if you believe a risk is present. You don't have to wait until someone draws a gun to draw a gun. You can certainly have one in your hand ready to go.
If them two
if
hit
there's
it
risk
off,
factors present.
and you know,
So those
I
are
have to
basically
get in the
the
middle
two
of it,
expectations of you,
you know,
as
there's
a
nothing
backup
wrong with
unit on a
that.
traffic stop.
In other
is to
words,
either
you want
assist
Snowman to
by
be the
being
third.
ready
No,
to
no,
assist,
no,
you
no,
have a
no,
resist by
no,
making
no,
He
sure
bothering
No,
you?
nobody wants to be
Bancroft?
so that
sandwiched.
they know they can't just bully one officer around.
I would
Are they harassing you?
Right?
Yeah, you know, Nova's.
All right, we're gonna conduct
you know,
a demonstration.
I
of
am
routine
her
traffic stop. This will
father,
be for,
Tessa.
going through a red light.
And I
What?
am gonna make sure I am her
There's
father.
not going to be a lot of crazy vanilla stuff. I just want
What?
crazy
Yeah.
football stuff. We're just going to show you as if we're going through a procedure by the
It's
books.
true.
I don't think
She's
that's
a
how that
problem
works.
child. She's a problem
She
child.
really. I mean,
You're a
there's
fucking
And if there's time
problem.
left over, we
Listen,
might
there's
try
a
and
reason
Tessa,
why
I'm
you
very
have so
happy
many
she's a
nicknames.
ranger
All right,
because you
one
know
more thing. Before we
she's
start
in with
traffic stop, I
you,
wanna
and
talk
you know
about
you can
physical IDs
nurture
and digital
and
copies.
train her
It's
not to be a
been shown
potato.
time and time again that digital copies
No, I'll just let her crash and then
are
tell her to
a
rip
lot
some
of
dirt
times
in it.
fake and can be
Oh,
manufactured.
Tessa!
So do not.
Madison
What? It's the
potato
ranger
crust.
way.
Digital copies.
Oh
do not
my
take digital
God.
copies as granted.
She knows what
can't
she
believe
signed up
Proof of
for.
identity. If the person doesn't have a physical
Look,
copy,
none of us can drive, so
per
at
our,
least it fits
per
with the
our
category.
DOJ and the
Yeah,
penal system,
it's
or penal
called
code,
ranger
they
stuff.
cannot operate the vehicle. So make sure you properly identify and do not accept digital copies.
Really, Nova?
What?
A cadet?
No, you're not listening to what I said. I
Up your
said
shit. Get
that
back
if
out of your fucking.
that if your
Get back
mum
in my walkie.
happens to do it, then it's out of my control.
You can hear Espino's, not Ripley though.
I don't know what
Not
you're
if I
talking
beat
about,
you to
Maddie.
it.
I'm gonna.
No,
What
you will
would
not.
How about now?
say?
There you go.
Sorry.
Oh no.
What channel is everybody? Are we on channel 3 for this, or
Oh yeah, Mouthy, you're
everyone's on 3?
Maddie,
Okay.
you're filthy.
It's
What?
still.
You're actually more filthy
Yeah,
than
I'm
me,
just
and
gonna
that's
use
an
the radio to talk
astonishment.
to dispatch, so you can hear what the traffic's gonna sound like. Do we have dispatch available? That can help
How
you with this
long is it gonna
demonstration?
be before you go after Tessa, huh?
All right, hop over here.
I'm on
Let's
to you.
stand over here by like the front of the
Oh,
car. So people can see
she's got a thing for
you
superiors,
as the
Tessa.
dispatcher. All right, so we're just gonna do a routine traffic stop
The heck?
here. I'm gonna be on channel 3 talking
Yeah.
to dispatch.
Oh yeah, I'm telling you, Tessa, you better watch her first. It's hey Tessa,
I'm taking.
There's no dispatcher
I'm
available.
your buddy, and then
obviously,
it'll be
you
hey
just
Tessa, do you
talk
want to
to,
go
like,
for a
to
dinner
your
with your
ALTR,
ferret?
and it'll just return the stuff instantly.
What?
But for the sake of immersiveness and roleplay,
It'll
it's
be like,
great to
hey
get dispatch
Tessa,
involved in these
I
types of
heard you
things.
like going on dinner dates with your ferret. Can I come with you?
I don't have a ferret.
I thought every ranger has a ferret.
No?
Do you want me to get you one?
Well, sure. I mean, I'll take a ferret.
There you go, you see?
No, you good snow.
Our friends are long beaky.
What?
Beaky animals.
Yeah, at least on
will you?
Although Tessa, when's the wedding?
Huh?
I didn't.
I've asked Kiki, she's like, it's too early, so I'm like, when's the wedding?
Wait.
Yeah, we're
I thought
back up.
Kiki was with Casterman.
No, Kiki Pendragon.
Oh, yeah, the green-haired EMS. Oh, I got you.
Driver, this is the San Andreas State Police. Turn your engine off and roll your windows down. I'll be right with you.
Alright, sir, we'll do.
Dispatch, can I get a plate check?
Damn, Ripley's fucking megaphone sounds amazing.
It's gonna be San Andreas registration, Tuesday, 6/4, Ocean, November, 2, November, India.
First time I had Godwin on this.
Any warrants for Daisy Dukakis?
What are you doing?
Hey, Fur.
Yeah.
Probably should call in National
Gonna go
Guard.
for a
then.
real round, Maddie?
I'm terrorist.
Right. 3, 2, 1, go. What the fuck?
Good evening, sir. My name's Trooper Ripley with the San Andreas.
That's
State
one way to
Police.
win rock,
Can I have your
paper,
driver's
scissors.
license, vehicle registration, proof of insurance, please.
Sure. Vehicle's not registered to me, but I do have my.
Can you take these off, Tessa, please? Thank you.
There you go. Here's my driver's license.
Thank you very much, Mr. Espinoz. All right, Mr. Espinoz. The reason I'm pulling you over today is that I saw you go through a red light back there. I was waiting for it to turn red myself. You kind of just went right past me. Any reason why you would do something like that, sir?
I must have been paying. I don't know. Maybe I didn't pay attention. Are you sure I ran a red light?
Oh, I'm sure. I was waiting for it myself, so I was just as shocked to see you go through it. Maybe you should be paying closer attention to those lights, sir.
Okay, all right, my bad. My bad.
All right, where are you on the way to, Mr. Espinoz?
I was on the way to get some bakeries.
On the way to get some bakeries. Very good. Okay. All right, Mr. Espinoz, give me a moment here. I'm going to run your information through my car back there. I noticed the registration didn't come back to you. Whose car did you say this was?
That's my roommate's, Daisy Dukakis.
Ah, I see. Your roommate. Very good. Ms. Dukakis, do you have her permission to be driving her car at the moment?
I do.
Very
You can give her a call if you'd like.
That's fine. That's fine. All right, sir. Give me a moment. I'm going to run your information in my cruiser. I'll be about 2 minutes. I'll be right back with you, okay? Don't go anywhere.
All right, sounds good.
All right, I can see that this driver, Mr. Espinoz, has a clean driving record with no traffic citations. He's been in town for several years. He's been voted the Citizen of the Year, and he donates his time to charities on the weekends. So, in light of these discoveries and the fact that he's
Oh man, I'm tired already. Whew.
Hey.
All right, Mr. Espinoz, here's your driver's license back. Thank you for your patience. I had a look through our record there. I can see that this vehicle is registered to Daisy, and she has not reported any such crimes, so I believe your story that you have her permission to be driving it. I can also see that you've got no traffic infractions. You've been a model citizen and have no issues with the law at all. So I'm going to be issuing you a warning on this one to keep a closer eye on those red lights in the future. If we catch you on another one, you're going to get a citation next time, okay?
Also, Hickson, thank you for
I'm hopping back in my
the
cruise.
7 months.
Absolutely,
Welcome back.
my pleasure. I'm going to go ahead and turn my lights off there. Once my lights are off, you're going to be free to go. Have yourself a wonderful day and drive safely, Mr. Espinoz.
Dispatch 202, 1038, LSIA is code 4, warning issued. Pending.
All right. This was a routine traffic stop. Does anyone have a question in regards to this traffic stop? Beautiful. Nobody has a. Anybody has a question? Hydra, you said something.
This is gonna sound stupid, but we just asked dispatch
asked to run their plates? I've been running it myself on the MDW.
So you can so this hold on. Okay, so if dispatch is available, you definitely want to communicate dispatch, and you want to utilize dispatch, like we said before, to run warrant checks or license plate checks, because they can relay it to you. Essentially, what the ALPR is that they can relay us that information. But obviously, if we have a tool of dispatch available, we want to make sure we interact and engage with it, or with them.
Oh yeah.
All right, what's up, Sheldon?
So, say there's a bank vault robbery going on. There's a lot of chatter on the radio.
Go ahead and ask your questions over the radio because then
that's
that way
what
you
we'll
can
do the MDW and
hear
the
the
plate
question and then
ourselves.
the answer.
So that way we would fill the radio even more, asking for dispatch.
No, this academy's
mind,
too big
seeing
to
your
do the
question
locked doors thing.
So trying to think how to ask this. Okay, say there's a vault going on, and there's a lot of radio chatter, and Solo Cadet pull somebody over.
Keep in mind, this is only about half.
The MDW and the plate check myself, so I don't interfere with the radio chatter going on, or do I 311 dispatch and wait for the 311 response?
In that situation, if the chatter is busy, or if the radio traffic is
This is the
has priority,
LSPD side as
you can
well.
run the plate yourself. Sometimes, an occasion, dispatch will 311, but in those situations, just focus on
And then we have the
getting the plate from the
PBSO.
ALPR and continuing from there. Anybody else?
All right. Before we move to the groups, I mean, one thing I just wanted to recap is just how important this is as far as immersion. Your ability to do these stops in a way that is real.
Anonymous, thank you for the
gift
gifted sub to Charmed Kitty
Not
Cat.
every one of you is going to be like a realistic cop. That's immersive is probably a better word to use. Some of you guys are real funny. Some of you are, very immersive. Everyone's got something different that they bring to the table. And believe me when I say I appreciate and respect that. We love the variety that we're bringing to the team. We're happy to have you. Just have some respect for the fact that you're going into something that we need everyone to be at least at a core level competent in, so that you can at least portray someone that these people on the server can believe could have been hired as a police officer, not just some absolutely dumb shit cartoon character of a person, but someone who is like a funny cop type of person. That's what we're going for, to try to invite you in. So try to fit yourselves into that, sort of within the boundaries of that. And it'll definitely reward you in the roleplay you're going to get back from it. It's annoying, it's hard to learn all this shit, but if you put the effort in, you will be rewarded. Okay. How do you want to do this? Espino's break into groups?
No, let's go straight into felony stops, and then after we explain felony stops, we'll completely break.
Okay, so felony stops are, if you want to think about like earlier, I think most of you guys were there when I was talking about detainment and arrest, right? Whereas arrest is like the big bad boy version of detainment. It's going to upgrade it. Felony stops are like the upgraded version of a traffic stop. So if a regular traffic stop occurs, it might just be for someone going through a red light or whatever, some violation, citation issued, on your way. If it occurs that during the stop a felony has been uncovered and now a person is being charged with a felony, this now becomes a felony traffic stop, and the procedure for that is, understandably, a lot more strict, because we expect someone to react very differently to being told they're going to be given a $150 ticket than you're going to be going away to a prison for several years of your life, and you're probably going to get pretty violent about your wish to not have that happen to you. So a lot of these things are going to be the same. A lot of these things are going to be very similar, but you're going to see how they're tweaked in felony stops for officer safety.
What is
and it's very important that you know your role.
What is
in
this felony
whatever
stop
aspect of
positioning?
felony
What the
stop that
heck?
you're going to be in, because when these things are unfold behind these suspects and they see the officers acting in concert with one another, the oh shit factor goes through the roof, because they're like, it's like an intricate dance that they're watching unfold behind them, and everyone knows the moves to it. If you show up like some bumbling idiot, you don't know what you're doing, it's really going to take a lot of the wind out of the sails and kind of ruin the experience for the person getting a
Detro,
felony
thank
stop.
you for the year resub. Welcome
All right.
back.
So what are felony stops? Felony stops are performed on stolen vehicles, vehicles that have been flagged for criminal incidents, and or vehicles operated by individuals with a warrant out for their arrest. For communication purposes, felony stops are priority calls, and radio traffic is held until they are code 4. By the way, we're on page 39 in the slides. If you're not already got that open, make sure you got that open. Slide 39. So if you hear somebody on the radio say they're on a felony stop, don't break into that and say you're pulling somebody over for going to a red light or asking a dumb question or something. Hold the air as if it was something serious, because it is, and they need that radio communication to be held until you lift the air. By the same token, if you conduct a felony stop, when you're done with it, make sure that you tell dispatch that they can lift the air when you're done with it, to be respectful. Don't just sit there 2 minutes afterwards until somebody finally pipes in and goes, are you guys done? Can we like talk on the rate? There's like 20 of us. No one can talk. So lift the air when you're done with it, to be respectful. Okay. Procedurally, step 1, felony stops are initiated in the same manner as a normal traffic stop. However, with felony stops, LEOs know that they will be taking occupants into custody at gunpoint due to an elevated risk to the LEO's safety. As such, LEOs may do either of the following when initiating. A, wait to initiate the stop until additional units are with you. I'm going to say that again. Wait to initiate the stop until additional units are with you. This is one of the most important steps that you need to consider before you ever turn your lights and sirens on. Just follow them until you have enough units, and then you can light them up. Other than that, initiate the traffic stop and immediately exit your vehicle and hold the vehicle at gunpoint. Order the driver to turn off their engine, toss the keys out of the window. For a long time on this server, and this came from Andrews, who's fantastic, for a long time, we were sort of trained in the way that a lot of cops do this, and we used to basically pull up behind them, act like we were running their plate, wait for backup, and then once backup arrived, all 3 of us, or 4 of us, or however many there were, would all hop out of our car at the same time, like in unison, and point our guns at the suspect and start barking orders. It was very effective. It was very emotional, and kind of it elicited like a fear response from the criminals when they saw all these people doing this at the same time. That effect wore off over the years, and it basically became a vulnerability to the point where people just saw, hey, if I just shoot the guy in the driver's seat now before backup ever arrives, there is no felony stop. I'm free to go, I guess. So they started doing that. So, and this is also something that law enforcement officers all over the country do routinely, is when a felony stop is engaged, the driver doesn't just sit there in the driver's seat. They get out, use their door as cover, hold that driver and any occupants at gunpoint until backup does arrive. That way, if anybody tries anything, you are already pointing a gun at them. You're not at a disadvantage. They're at the initiative disadvantage. I would advise you to hold them at gunpoint until backup does arrive. If a situation arises where you're unable to wait until backup arrives to light them up. Like for example, if you've already initiated a traffic stop and you have no backup on it, and then it turns into a felony stop based on what you learn about the vehicle, this is what you'll do. Hold the vehicle at gunpoint until the backup arrives. All right, let's talk about vehicle positioning. You're going to see the primary unit, which is the interceptor in the middle, behind us here. Does that have no tire? No front right tire. That is the primary vehicle. That's the positioning for this primary vehicle. And as you can see, it's positioned similar to how a normal traffic stop would occur. Secondary vehicle and tertiary vehicle are going to show up on flank on left and right. And you're going to notice that if I'm in the back of the car here, the suspect's vehicle, and I'm looking out this way, that the secondary and tertiary vehicles are...
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Hello. It worked? Okay. Well, happens sometimes, I guess. What was the last thing I said before my voice cut out? Okay. So you're going to notice that if you're looking out from the back of the suspect's vehicle here, the middle vehicle is the primary vehicle. That's where it's always is. Left, secondary and tertiary, you're going to notice they're flanking it on either side, but the front of their vehicles, the nose of their vehicles, is pointed inwards towards the suspect vehicle. That's always how it's going to be. Secondary and tertiary are always nose in towards the suspect vehicle so that they can use their vehicle as cover. And you're going to see that they're going to be positioned far enough away from each other that they can basically open their doors and move from car to car without exposing themselves for, a significant period of time. If you're so close to your secondary and tertiary that you can't even open your doors without smashing their doors, you're too close. And if you're so far away that you would have to run 20 feet to get to the other vehicle if you had to, you're too far away. You want to be close enough that if everybody opened their doors, they'd be kissing, That's basically what you want to do. And you want to be just like in a regular traffic stop, of 1 to 2 vehicle lengths behind the suspect vehicle. No closer because you're in danger, no farther because then it's going to take them 10 years to get back to you. All right. Okay, so let's just go over the bullets here for vehicle positioning. The primary unit on the scene positions their vehicle similar to a normal traffic stop. Secondary unit on the scene will be on either side of the primary unit, in line with their vehicle and angled 45 degrees toward the suspect vehicle. When in doubt, just always remember that last part there, toward the suspect vehicle. Can't mess it up. The tertiary on scene will be on the opposite side of the secondary unit, in line with the primary unit, angled 45 degrees toward the suspect vehicle. Additional units, if there are, let's say, 4 units come to a felony stop, it happens sometimes. Additional units will stagger their vehicles between the first 3 units, but behind them. There's also going to be times where you notice you're going to pull people over. I mean, we're in the middle of a runway right now. We could do anything we wanted. But if you pull someone over on a bridge, then this trooper car isn't going to be here, right? Because they'd be in the water. So if you're in a position where you're doing a felony stop, but there is no room for it to be laid out like that, then you're going to do just like that last step says, stagger behind the primary and secondary vehicles in the gaps between them. That way, you're still behind them. All right, moving along to slide 40. Step 3. When sufficient units are on scene, the primary unit will begin ordering subjects, beginning with the driver. That's important. Always start with the driver, out of the vehicle, one at a time. Not everybody out of the car, not you two get out of the car. It's always just one at a time. Engage the driver first. The primary unit will order the driver out of the vehicle to face away from the officers on scene toward the front of their vehicle and keep their hands in the air at all times. They will then be given commands to walk slowly backwards towards the officer and taken into custody. Depending on the situation and the position of the felony stop, it is permissible for the primary unit to instruct another officer to issue commands to the driver when they're walking backwards, particularly if the primary unit is not physically restraining the driver and another LEO is. You're going to see plenty of examples of this happening. Don't feel like because you're running the
I think
the
Snow
traffic
is the
stop
one
that you're
laying down
somehow
over there.
responsible for ordering everybody or taking everyone to custody. Take advantage of your backup. If the person is in front of the guy or girl to your left, tell the suspect to go a couple steps left and then pass it off. Say, hey, Doe, you take it from here, and then Doe will start issuing orders as if they were the primary. Once they're in custody, they'll toss the ball back to
Jackie
primary.
Snow
Primary
invented
will
America.
order the next person out, and the next person, and the next person until
Oh
everyone's in custody.
god.
Okay, step 4. Once the driver has been physically restrained, they are to be moved to a safe location to the rear of the vehicle, frisked, and have any weapons in their possession secured. While the driver is being moved, all other officers should remain in position with their weapons pointed at the vehicle. Once the driver is secured, all LEOs are back in position. The stop continues. That's the part where I notice a lot of newer cops mess up. I don't know if there's like an internal clock in your mind and you think that you gotta be in a hurry here. Once that person's in cuffs, you don't just start barking orders to the next person. You wait until that officer moves the person to a safer location, like the rear of the vehicle or sometimes even in the vehicle, returns to their position, and then says that they're ready. All right. All right, once the driver is secured and all other officers are back in position, the stop continues. Step 5, other occupants are removed in a similar manner, one by one, until all stop is completed. Once all occupants are out of the vehicle and secured, the officers will clear the vehicle. The primary unit will indicate a direction, clockwise or counterclockwise, depends on the location of the stop. And all units will clear the vehicle in the prescribed manner. One unit will maintain their weapon on the trunk of the vehicle during the clear. Once the interior of the vehicle has been deemed clear, back seats, front seats,
It'd be funny if we all hit the
trunk
main
will be
server at
opened and then
once.
cleared. All occupants, once
Think
all
we'd
occupants
DDoS the
are
server if we
secured
did that.
and the vehicle is clear, the felony stop can be lifted and called code 4. We always check the trunk. A lot of people that have played Civs on the server for a long time probably wonder why we do that. We've had more than a handful of situations where a felony stop occurred and a suspect was in the trunk or a victim was in the trunk and hopped out to either start shooting people or running away. So we always have an officer engage the trunk with a pistol. Someone hops in the driver's seat, pops the trunk. Once we're satisfied it's empty, we're code 4. You need to understand that you are specifically clearing the trunk of threats you are not searching the trunk, if that makes sense. So we've had situations occur where people do that, and then they hit the inventory button while they're at the trunk, and they say, hey, I can clearly see an AK-47 in the trunk. It's right here. The trunk's open. You can see into it to see if you see a person, but you can't look into it to see if you find drugs or guns or anything like that. So don't make that mistake of thinking like this is basically search and seizure. Nope, you're just looking for a threat, and that's all you see. Okay, that is A to Z. What a felony stop is procedurally. You're going to get a chance to see a demonstration of one. Any questions about felony stops, the steps to perform one? You're all going to perform your own felony stops, as well as a regular stop. So ask away if you have any questions about how to participate in or engage your felony stop. Yeah, question?
I had my eyes closed and it got bright.
That way could work as well if you're in a situation where the right side of the road, the breakdown lane, isn't feasible to put a unit in. The way that we're laid out right here is the quote-unquote correct way. It's the textbook
Don't
way
let me fall
to
asleep,
perform a
chat.
felony stop. And this is always how we're going to prefer to do one if the situation allows us to. But if it doesn't allow us to, fanning out towards the driver's side like that may be an option. You always want to try to fill in the gaps between cruisers. What you don't want to do is fan out all the way till you're practically like in line with the suspect's vehicle. You don't want to get that far out. That's crazy. But just like a semicircle behind them, like the three behind it right now are, is sufficient. And the farther you go forward, the more you introduce the risk of crossfire. So you don't want to introduce that risk. Okay. Any other questions about your positioning or the steps to perform a felony stop? What you're saying, what you're doing, where you're standing, why you're doing it? Yes, Mr. Doe.
What the heck? I'm getting snowballs thrown at me. No, I don't need spooky alerts. I just need to be doing something, to be honest.
As close as humanly possible.
Just standing around here is really hard for me when I'm tired.
While you and other officers are standing there, guns drawn, pointing a gun at this person.
Especially considering I've done this several times already. I've been to a few academies, so it's like... just droning at this point. Yeah, that will, I'll be fine once I actually start, like, interacting with people again, because I am not okay just standing around.
Typically, the explanation is that they forgot that they put it in their hand while they were in the car, and that if you remind them, and especially
No, it's not Ripley, it's,
urgent and not just calm and humdrum, but like I'm about to freaking shoot you, dude.
It's the fact that I've already gone through this whole thing, and I'm, you know, I'm not gonna roll over there in a jet. I don't need to be obnoxious and interrupt the meeting. That's why I ran away to jump around. I just need to be moving. Heck, this sign. Can I steal it? No. Yeah, lectures are hard for me. I've always kind of found it difficult to focus if somebody's just kind of talking. I
I need it to be like an interactive experience for me to actually maintain knowledge and stuff from like a lecture. But I hope that the cadets are listening. I hope that they're not having trouble. Because all this is very important. Although, I think the demonstration part is not as important as us actually running through the stuff. Or like actually going through a traffic stop with them, doing it, like actively doing it, rather than just showing them how. I would say like a vast majority of people learn a lot better when they actually are doing the thing. But everybody learns differently. Some people learn by doing, some people learn by reading or teaching themselves how to do something. I personally benefit a lot from observing rather than just being told how to do something. Yeah, I have to be shown stuff. And like how someone else does it. I need an example to like emulate. If that makes sense. Probably why you had such bad grades as a kid. Well, I mean, that's the issue, I think, is like every individual person learns differently, and schools and stuff, they can't afford to cater to everyone's individual needs. Like a lot of classrooms, there's like 36 kids or whatever these days. And it's like you just can't cater to everyone. And I think that sometimes the educational system sort of fails certain kids because they're not afforded the means with which to actually properly learn something in the way that they absorb information. So it probably wasn't you, it was just kind of a product of, you know, the system. I'm as bad as Vale running around. I know, I'm sorry. I would be over there, but I was literally, my eyes were closing and I needed to move. I had an early day. I didn't sleep great either. My dog was obnoxious last night. Oh no. You like that picture of Minnie Moo? I got that a little while ago, actually. Oberon's bed is in here. Or one of his beds, at least. And Oberon doesn't lay on it at all. Doesn't even acknowledge it. But Minnie Moo sure likes it. Yep, the sale for the plushies is over.
Oh yeah.
Driver, this is the San Andreas State Police. Turn your engine off and roll your windows down.
Alright, I'll do it.
Driver, put your hands above your head and slowly step out onto the street. Keep your hands above your head, face away from me towards the front of your car, and look through your eyes. I want you to slowly start walking backwards towards my cruiser. I'll tell you when to stop. Keep going, keep going, keep going. One more step, good. One more step, good. One more step. All right, stop. 2 steps left. 1, it's right there, good. Back. 1 more step back. 1 more back. Stay right there. I'm going to be placing you in handcuffs, sir. Put your hands behind your back.
All right, sir.
All right, sir. I'm going to leave you here for just a moment. No weapons in your hands. All right, 2-2 back in position. Anybody else inside the vehicle, announce yourself now. All right, let's go ahead and move up on the vehicle. We're going to clear it clockwise. Move up now. Fury, go ahead and hold the trunk.
I think we had one compliant felony stop somewhat recently. It's like a couple weeks ago. I think the issue is we don't really get to the felony stop point. Like, I think generally people know that there's gonna be a felony stop, so they're like, okay, well, we're not gonna comply, so they run. So this kind of thing does not happen very
To
often.
initiate that, I didn't. And as soon as I saw the vehicle, I didn't just immediately light it up. I called for backup and told dispatch.
Because people know, you know, if the cops get a hold of them, they've got stuff on them.
That's very important.
They can't comply, so they're just gonna run.
They try to pull it over as soon as they see it, and you're gonna get yourself shot if they know that backup is a minute or 2 away.
I wanted to add something as well. When the 95 is, or like when the suspect is detained and in cuffs, he is your responsibility since he's in your custody. And if you're in a high traffic area, let's say in the freeway or somewhere where there is extremely high traffic, and make sure you place the 95 on your vehicle to ensure his safety. And then you can take him out to conduct the investigation.
Yeah, putting them in the car is probably the safest thing you can do for them. A lot of these locals, you've played this game a long time. You know how crazy these locals are. Lights and sirens make them go twice as crazy. So they will ram into your cruiser, they will ram into your suspect, they will be injured, they will be incapacitated.
And I don't think that's such an issue with the server as it is. Like,
as far as safety goes,
there's just not many people who aren't breaking the law at any given time, so.
That's a good point, actually, yeah.
A vast majority of traffic stops that start as a,
I didn't do it because
you know, a crime,
Espinosa, would you mind demonstrating for them while I've got the megaphone in my hand?
they're not going to end with compliance.
If you are driving a car and you just get out and then press the button on your hotbar with your gun, you're going to get out and then draw your gun, which takes a second, and then you'll be holding the car at gunpoint. If instead of doing that while you're still in the driver's seat, you press your gun, put it in your lap, and then you get out with right-click held down, you will basically quickly get out of the car like Espinosa is about to demonstrate, and quickly get out, point and gun, boom, just like that. To do that, you need to already have the gun in hand and hit F to get out of the vehicle and hold right-click. That's how you want to conduct a felony stop. That's how you want to get out of the car with your gun drawn. You do not want to hop out of the car empty-handed and then press your hotkey, because then you're gonna look kind of dopey while you're standing there with nothing in your hand and then slowly reaching for it. So it's just not as you can, as Moose Beard is showing there, you can do that with the M4 as well, or with your with any gun. So it just looks better and it is more effective, a lot more effective. Okay.
Yeah, if the car is flagged stolen in our LPR thing, if it pings us like that, even if we're not sure what's going on, we do have to do a felony stop.
That happens a lot. That's when we tell
But if I see a vehicle that's coming back registered to the person, and like say it's Bryce, and I run the plate and it's Bryce, and I hear Bryce in the car, I hear him like talking calmly, he's like, what's going on? I'm probably not going to initiate a felony stop if his car is flagged stolen. I will probably approach his car and ask him, why is your car coming back stolen? Did something happen? And he might then explain to me, like, I had a headache and I had to lockpick the car, because sometimes you lose keys if your head pops.
So you may have to increase aggression.
And you disconnect.
You have to get an officer up there to taser them.
So there's certain situations where I probably wouldn't do a full-on felony stop. Like you use your judgment in those kinds of positions.
If they do, just threaten that you're going to taser them and stuff.
Because if I know Bryce, I know his car. Why would I hold him up for driving his own car? Because it may have been that the car was stolen earlier in the day and nobody unflagged it. It could be something like that.
Any other questions about how to conduct a felony stop?
There's not really a need to go heavy-handed in that kind of case.
Looks like there's no further questions. One more question? Go ahead.
But if he seems under distress, then maybe.
No,
because there could be someone in the car threatening him.
You just tell dispatch in plain English what you're doing, and where it is, and requesting 77s. You can give additional information like vehicles flag 1060, requesting 77 for felony stop. If there is a 10 code associated with the felony that your felony stop is associated with, you can use that 10 code. But there's a variety of situations that might not have a 10 code attached. All right, question over there.
Yeah, like most of the time people are just gonna run. If they realize that you're setting up for a felony, or they hear you say like, hey, can I get backup for a felony? Like they're just gonna leave. Because they probably have something on them that they shouldn't. Or the car's not theirs, or, whatever.
Yep, make sure you do it twice though. You're gonna do it when you're responding. You're just gonna say your call sign.
But usually it's because of a flagged vehicle, or someone's in the car that has a warrant, or
I
don't know, you saw the car leaving a scene of a shooting or something like that. That could be a felony stop as well.
All you cadets give you an option of where to go, what to do, and everyone here is going to get a chance.
And that's
to
just
do a
for
felony
safety.
Stop, assuming we have enough time left to do so, and then I'm hoping that's going to be it. So give me a minute here while we figure out how to break you guys up.
Oh, is it time to actually practice?
Yeah. I think we're just gonna keep the same groups, but hold on.
Yeah. It's the same groups for the whole weekend.
Oh, I'm so zoned out.
No. Everybody can...
Okay, guys, wait before we all separate and so on for the groups and all that. We do have something to do. I will do it for the shift 2, and then Espinosa or Daisy can do it for shift 3. Rogers, where are you? Rogers, come here. Come here to the front.
Yeah.
Come here.
Sky,
come here to the
where you
front.
at, Sky?
Okay, alright.
Oh.
Sky!
Oh.
He's away. Okay, no.
Time to get fired.
Front, here.
Yeah, everyone's getting fired.
Wait, what if they did that? They just brought everyone to the front and went, all right, as of today, you guys no longer work for the PBSO. You're fired. Get back to get the fuck out.
Okay, alright. So academies like these cannot be made without great people like FTOs and FTIs that we have around us. These two people here in front of us, Sky and Rogers, have been demonstrating their work over and over as an FTO, and the PNP department for PBSO feels like FTO, not enough. They deserve way more. They deserve a full-on field training instructor position.
Yeah.
So everybody, please congratulate your
Why are
new
you guys
two
clapping?
FTIs.
Yeah.
Michael
Why are we
Rogers
clapping?
for shift 2 and
They're
Sky Faye
FTIs?
for
Oh,
shift
yeah,
3.
I know, but
Hell yeah.
my immersion.
Good shit. Congrats,
It's
guys.
growing.
Woo-hoo-hoo.
Okay. I'm taking a
Hell
second
yeah.
look at
All
my
right.
decision.
Good shit. Now let's split into groups, guys. Let's do this.
I don't know why they
Shit,
can
Rogers.
trust me with FTI. I barely do anything.
Hey, congrats.
Have they had a break at all today?
I don't know.
Yeah,
We might give them a break just for a minute.
Are we breaking or what are we doing?
Yeah, we're gonna do breaking same groups.
Okay.
Yeah, Hydra, you're coming. You're staying.
Alright, I'm getting back
We're
on
doing
our
to do our
frequency I need to.
groups now.
Hell yeah.
Like the air.
Okay,
Like,
my group, come back to the hangar to the southwest where we started off.
Group 5, go ahead and come over to me. Switch back to our frequency that we had before.
Go ahead and grab your cruisers and meet over by myself and your two FTOs.
I lost my car, by the way.
I still got mine.
Yeah, we should be alright. I got mine.
I had a really rough trip here. I ended up walking.
Where did our...
Was it 0.25 or 0.52?
Yeah, 0.25.
I'm just gonna go Slim Jim one of those cars over there so we can use it as a normal car.
Okay.
Alright. Alrighty, so traffic stops. Before we get going, does anybody need to use the bathroom or need to take a... Do we want to take like a 10-15 minute break? Take a breather, step up, stretch, go tinkle, get something to eat. Yep. Alright, everybody go ahead and go and do that. Do what you need to do. We'll come back, let's say at half after, at 30 minute mark.
At the dentist's favorite time?
Nobody bother me.
Yeah, they
Just
snatched
thinking.
up Hydra.
What?
They snatched up
Hydra's with
Hydra
Espinosa.
for Espinosa.
I'm gonna go pee.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you guys are good.
I mean,
go take
he's
a
been doing this so frequently. They're probably just like, you're fine.
Yeah, hold on.
Alright, I'm gonna be right back.
I'll grab my car real quick.
Nice car.
Thanks.
All right, I'm gonna go pee pee.
Are we breaking?
Stop dancing. How did I miss a punch on you?
I don't know how he didn't hit him.
Hey, Tessa.
She's thinking.
Sorry, Nakkida.
It'd be a shame if something happened to those gas tanks over there.
Oh no.
It would be a shame.
It would be a shame.
All right, good luck. Pay attention, okay? Bye.
Oh.
Okay.
Nice, dude. Nice.
I got some. The sun is in my eyes. Yeah.
Oh, is it bouncing off Tessa's head?
Nice.
Boy. What?
Give yourself up. That actually hurt. Ew. That hurt you at all? That actually hurt.
Far northwest.
We can go over by the fire station. Did you not know that there's a fire station at LSIA? Yeah, with the crash plane. Yeah. We can head over there.
Oh god, that brings back nightmares.
That brings back memories of having to, in a different city, have to do a EVOC course where you drove a fire truck around those areas, clearing intersections to be able to drive.
That brings back real life firefighting.
You guys have
Not
any
a fun
questions
time.
before we go over there? Like, no questions, bad questions.
Yep,
Ask now,
exactly.
then, when we get over.
Not at the moment. I don't.
All right.
I'm probably gonna fuck up a few steps, but you know.
Hey, I mean, that's the thing, that now is the time to do so.
Yep, exactly. I've done some in the past. I was a public P for like a month and a half, so.
Yeah.
Did some an academy over there, but it was like, you know, when you got hired for crossing the highway without getting run over by a car.
Yes, that we call the
gauntlet or whatever.
No, the loyalty test.
I didn't have.
and
Oh, I
then
did have
he-
to do that. I had to do that. Yeah.
Yep.
I had to do it during our boot camp.
Yep. it's an old school thing that Tribble used to do.
I got hired by like UONJ back then. It was
Oh,
like
yeah.
the opening of the
Yep.
city. So.
Yep.
My boot camp was nuts. We had to do that, and then we swam across Alamo Sea with Fred shooting us with rubber bullet shotgun, and then we had to walk up Gilead with a bike, and the sloth Kevin was running us over, knocking us down the mountain, and then we had to drive our bike down Gilead.
Oh, I remember Kevin.
I haven't seen Kevin in a while.
Kevin who?
Sloth.
I have returned.
She's alive.
Hello.
Hey,
Welcome protected you.
Yeah, they wanted to do things to you,
Thank
but
you.
you said no.
Bass was gonna beat you up.
Oh.
Wait, what?
Yep, he was here.
They want to blow
And then
you
he-
up.
And then he disappeared. They were gonna blow you up with the gas tankers.
But we protected you.
Who was?
Bass. And
Bass
Freddy.
and Treddy.
Treddy.
Alright, so we got about 45 minutes to do traffic stops and felony stops. And then we're done with the normal stuff. And it's basically the end of Academy, but you are more than welcome to stay for a little bit longer to go over other traffic stops and whatnot. And then at basically 7.
I'm not getting murdered.
Bar steak Sunday for me.
No, you're good. I'll let them know that you won't be around tomorrow.
Who's
So.
Hydra?
Hydra is with Espino's, and I let him know the feedback that you were talking about with me.
Okay.
If everybody wants to get in the cars, we'll just do a basic traffic stop, and we'll head over to the fire station. One thing we should probably go over is the when to use A versus A+.
Okay.
Actually, no, that's probably something we'll do tomorrow with pursuits. Never mind.
Alrighty, if everybody wants to go ahead and park just over here on the side of the fire station facing the fire plane, we'll go ahead and have the traffic stop. Basically, you use this runway lines as a actual street road, so you'll be able to pull somebody over at that location. We'll just go ahead and go down the line one at a time, doing a basic traffic stop, and then we will do a felony stop. Anybody have any questions, comments, concerns, anything before we get going? Want to make sure everybody knows what they're doing and the basics of that, and how that sort of stuff goes.
Yeah, Hydra gave me a car that's about to break. God damn it. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Congrats on your promotion as well.
Alright, so if nobody has any questions, do you guys need an example of how to do a basic traffic stop, or do you guys want to just get into it?
I think I'm ready, but something else.
Alright, well, go ahead and take the first shot then.
Let's do
You
it.
got this. Alright, let's do it.
Let's use this like second line as the curb.
Yeah, so you can just, if you want to stop like over here, so then everybody can see the positioning and whatnot, but that's roughly where a traffic stop will be. So you guys can basically go around that square in a circle, like you're doing a normal traffic stop, and then the final stop will be here.
I-72, have a 1038 traffic stop, heading northbound Los Santos International Airport, occupied one time. Black and colored car. Sir, roll down your windows and turn your engine off, sir.
There ain't no window.
Gonna be holding you out on that traffic. Timestamp's gonna be 1836.
Quick question, if I can't read the license plate from here, is that a me problem?
Nope, so go ahead and turn your ALPR on, which is your left arrow key. It'll turn your radar on, and you can basically, if you move the front of your vehicle in front of the plate, it'll pick it up, and then you can just read that off that way if you can't see it.
That part. Dispatch, I have a black and colored two-door sports car. Can I get a license plate of 43 Vivian Intellect Vivian 072?
He tried.
Copy, just to read the plate, it's gonna be 43 Victor Ida Victor 072.
What's taking so long?
Good more.
Copy, standby one. Plate's
Yeah,
gonna be
where's that
registered
one
to
moment?
one Arnold Ortiz. No wants, no warrants.
That more. Vehicles occupied 2 times.
Copy that. You require an additional unit?
Not yet.
Copy that.
Good evening,
About
everybody. I am
time.
Deputy Sheldon Jones with the PBSO. You know why I pulled you over?
If
Yeah, I
you
was
guys want to
speeding.
get out of the car and come and stand at the side so you can
You
hear
weren't
what's
only
going on,
just
that's fine.
speeding. You ran over. You ran a red light. You were speeding, and I think you may have bumped another car coming up here. Is there any reason for the the urgency of where you need to go and the neglect of how you're driving?
I mean, quicker I get somewhere, the quicker I get there, right? Less time on the road.
May I see your license registration, please? And proof of insurance.
Yeah, I have the digital copy. Is that okay?
No, sir. I'm gonna need the actual copy.
Okay, I think I actually have that.
Okay, thank you.
There you go.
All right, Sean Richards. Give me 2-3 minutes. I'm gonna go check you out and
2-3 minutes? I've already been pulled over for like 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. But I do understand. But just give me 2 minutes to look everything over. Be right with you.
He just wants to waste our time.
Dispatch, I have a Sean Richards.
10-4 standby 1 for 1027, 1029.
Should I pretend to be a local? Fuck me in the ass.
That's only one cop. Probably just
Dispatch to 575.
get rid of him real quick.
Correction, what was your
Yeah,
call
we
sign?
could. You want to blast him?
572.
Copy. Dispatch to 572.
Alright, on 3.
Ready to copy, read back.
1,
Can you hear me?
2, 3.
Hey, from ready to copy, read back. Sean Richards comes back, no wants, no warrants. One prior for
Ma'am, get back inside the vehicle. Ma'am, get back inside the vehicle.
Traffic control device.
Ma'am, I'm gonna need 77s on my location. I have a person get another vehicle. Listen to me.
Why do I have to get back in the vehicle?
Copy. County dispatch, can I get one
ma'am,
unit to
get back
identify
in
me
the both of y'all get
traffic
inside.
stop?
Both of
You're taking forever.
Whoa! Whoa!
Copy.
What the heck? Why are you pointing a gun at us?
Get back inside the vehicle, please.
Jeez, gosh, this guy's crazy. We better get in.
Engine off. Engine off. Suspect's currently at gunpoint. Got about both back inside the car, waiting for backup.
Are they doing a felony stop now?
Copy. Are you doing a felony stop, or is this just a standard traffic stop with 2 uncompliant that have now complied?
Not a felony stop. This is just they've complied.
Copy. Units, go ahead and stand down from a felony stop. Just a head to non-compliant. Just provide scene assistance and security.
All right, Mr. Sean. I'm gonna be citing you today for speeding and negligent driving.
All right.
All right, the bill. You're gonna be. This is your bill. It's gonna be $29.37.
That's okay. All right.
All right. Okay, just go ahead and sign right here.
There you go.
All right, I appreciate that. All right, you guys are free to go as soon as I turn my lights off. You guys have a great day.
Alrighty, and scenario end.
1042. 1042 latest. 1038.
So 1042 is you're going off duty. So you'd say 572 clear latest 38. 1 citation issued, 1 verbal warning, whatever the case may be. 1042 is only when you go off duty. Alright, one quick thing. Not to actually, let me ask one of the other deputies. What did what needs to change?
Yeah, that wasn't smooth.
Placement of the vehicle.
Placement of the car needs to be facing out of the curb, not in.
Okay, so it's gonna be facing this way. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just like that. There needs to be 2 car length between the suspect vehicle and the patrol car. It's too close together.
So it's not necessarily too close, but giving a little bit of breathing room. So let's say you're out here like this. How I always remember it is passenger's headlight, driver's tail light. Then you can position your vehicle like this, and the reasoning behind it is, in all reality, if a car were to come up behind you, in real life, it would deflect off the vehicle, and the car would take the brunt of the impact and slide out, while this is classified as the officer's alley, because it gives you a safe walking space where your car is protecting you from being hit. Other than that, it was a rather standard traffic stop. When we had 1 unit respond to back them up, not sure why 2 went. However, It is good to have more officers present. My suggestion wouldn't be automatically pulling a firearm. If you have people that are non-compliant, just pull out your cop voice and say, you can pull out your firearm and have it on you, and you have it at the low ready, but I wouldn't necessarily draw your firearm and point it at them. Just say,
yes, sir.
Basically, bring out your cop voice and say, you two need to get back in the vehicle, do it now. And the cop voice and commanding authority will come with time and experience as an officer. Tessa and Richards, do you guys have anything to touch
I have
on?
a thing.
Go ahead.
You know, when I saw that he was pointing his gun, I went from just being back there to I went to being in felony mode.
because you are under the impression, based on what you witnessed on scene with no radio communications, that it could have been a felony stop. So keep that in mind, that not always the best to pull your firearm out and point it, but if you still feel like you need that I guess intimidation factor of your firearm, pull it out and have it at the low ready.
Otherwise I would sit back there.
If I have someone get out at a traffic stop, just like a routine traffic stop, I will pull my taser. I won't really go for the gun just because they're not being violent at that point. They're being non-compliant. So I personally wouldn't have gone straight for the gun, but obviously if you feel unsafe and outnumbered, you can pull your gun, but I would not point it.
Yeah. That's just like remembering your use of force, right? Like you're not gonna jump straight for lethal every time.
Yeah, I jumped a little bit too far.
I had two things
That's
to
all
point out. One thing I really liked though is when he asked for 77s, all three of you ran over there to get in your car. I appreciated that. Good to see. The other thing was, Tip, when you pulled up and you saw that, you walked right behind his vehicle. Just being right? Because
Make sure you're yelling, Richards.
Oh, if he backed into vehicles, gonna bump right into you, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
You guys want to avoid being in
Uh-oh.
a domino effect.
I think you need to.
Yeah, you're getting a little choppy.
Would I have left my car like this and gone around?
Am I good now? Hello?
Yeah, you're good
Yeah.
now.
Yep.
So
Would
where
I have
did
left my
you get out of your
gone
car?
around? Oh, I got out of my car right here. I pulled my gun because I saw that Sheldon had pulled his, and I moved right up to here. Right here.
Yeah, so you walked into a corridor like this place right here.
Yeah, should I have gone around my car?
I personally, since this wasn't a felony stop situation, I don't think we need to really go into that.
Okay.
So in this case, you would have stayed in your vehicle. Or rather, you should have been staying in your vehicle and waiting to see if he needed you to get out of the vehicle and assist. So I think there was just the confusion as to whether or not it was escalating to a felony stop. Because if it did escalate to a felony stop, you wouldn't even be asked to go through a dead zone. You would have to, set up your car in a felony formation, in which case you would not be in the dead zone in any capacity.
Right.
Careful.
Good. Am I good now? Hello?
Kind of.
Kinda, yeah.
Oh.
It might not just be you, though.
Say like a full sentence, Richards.
Oh, my John Richard, database sheriff's office.
Yeah, it's a little choppy, but you're still able to.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I was just trying to bring up. Don't ever walk through there. Then basically.
All right.
Now, one question I have is because I escalated too far. But say, now two more are doing what they did, and I called for 77s. When they get here, how do I relate to them? Is my use of force what they go off of? So say I'm here.
Yes.
I'm not pointing
Yep,
the gun,
so-
but I have, like Tessa said, I should have a taser out for this. So say I'm here, I got a taser.
So
Dick pulls
one thing
up.
that I would
How do I
suggest.
communicate with them?
Yes. So either using nonverbal, like you have your taser, that's sort of known, or if you want to say verbal, so requesting 77, I have 2 non-compliant.
Okay.
So you have 2 individuals that aren't complying with your orders, but they aren't hostile. They're just non-compliant. That makes sense?
So once they arrive, you know, they say, you know, for instance, like 572, 23.
Yep. So
And
he's
then,
so he's on scene, and you can say, "Hey, I got 2 non-compliant. If you could just back me up, just tell him what's going on."
Okay, that's what I need to do. Okay, so I'll be like, exactly that, and then go up back on what I was doing. You know, go up there and talk to him. All that.
Yep.
So
And
for
then
me,
you can just say,
showing
"Hey."
up, I'll show up with my taser ready because he's saying they're not compliant, but they're not. He's not in the dangers.
Where are you in LSIA?
Oh, sorry.
We're currently over at the fire station on the
Don't ever be to
northeastern
relay
side of LSIA.
during a traffic stop either.
you
If you have a
up where you're at.
situation happening, dispatch will hold the
I'm
air
gonna
for you.
just alert Moni
So
so I
like,
know that you're
if
gonna be
they're
picking
getting
them
out, don't be afraid to explain to
currently waiting
the
for
units
that.
that are coming what's happening, what you're doing, and
Copy
what
that.
force you're using.
I will just let me know where he's at.
Careful. I'm sorry I'm asking a whole lot of questions, but
No,
these
no,
are questions I really
you-
didn't even think of
You
until
need to ask
knowing it.
these questions.
Very
This is
good
stuff that's
question.
really important for you to know. And this was your very first time doing it, you know, so it's like you're expected not to know exactly what you're doing.
Okay.
A lot of
Might not
people
be the
don't
only
get
one with
this
those
stuff right
questions.
on the first try. I mean, I didn't. So, you know, don't feel like you failed if you didn't nail this absolutely, you know what I mean? And there's a lot of different ways you can handle this kind of traffic stop. Like when they were non-compliant, you can get aggressive and you know, yell at them and tell them to comply, or you could remain calm and ask them to get back in the vehicle and try to, you know, appeal to them. And, you know, sometimes people will respond to that. It just depends on who you're talking to and
Go ahead and follow me.
if you read
we're
that
heading
situation.
over to the fire station on the northeastern side. Sorry, northwestern side.
Careful.
So, I mean, in that situation, ideally what I would have done is I would have told the person to get back in the vehicle. And if they complied, then I would continue as normal with the traffic stop, but I might keep my taser out just because they've already kind of expressed that they don't really want to cooperate. And that's just kind of like a, you know, preparation for what might happen. And then at that point, I would have continued with the stop, and if they continued to get out of the vehicle, I would have told my 77 to get up here and, you know, detain them, try to get them into cuffs because they're being non-compliant, they are disobeying a lawful order.
Bruh.
Does that make sense?
That makes complete sense.
But, because you took your gun out and you were pointing it at us, we complied immediately, pretty much, and at that point, you could have just, you know, brought down your escalation quite a lot.
I didn't learn how to use my voice as an escalation and not my pistol.
Yeah.
Well, so
And
I
you'll
guess
get a
kinda-
feel for that.
to kind of go over is use of force in our escalation. You have your 5 levels of force. Officer's presence is level 1, which includes you, and then basically you being there as an officer. Level 2 is you using your voice, is commands and basically saying, hey, you need to do this. And then level 3 is open hand or hands-on. Level 4 is less than lethal, taser, baton, and then lethal is, well, lethal. So use your voice as and your commands as an officer to kind of focus on those sort of things.
Yep.
Therefore,
The only other
Alright.
thing I had before we do move on to the next person is when you're initiating the traffic stop, if you're talking to dispatch when you go on radio, right? So it's dispatch, your call sign, 1038, then runway 1 or northbound runway 1, and vehicle, and then occupied however many times. Rogers, what's the thing? Talking to the mama thing.
Oh
You know,
yes.
yeah.
Dispatch is mom.
Yeah.
Mama wants to know what you're doing, who you're doing it with, and where you're doing it at. Because the information that you give to dispatch is your lifeline. You can give that information to that dispatcher that will then get help to your location if shit goes south. So
And
Mama
it
wants to know
will.
what you're doing, who you're doing it with, and what you're doing it, like, as much information as you can give out, like description, vehicle plate, location.
I hear arms freaking
One
out.
big thing that I like to teach is, rather than when you come up to a complete stop here, while you guys are still going around in that square or attempting to pull over the vehicle, it's always fine to go and say, for example, 304, show me attempting a traffic stop with the vehicle, and give out that description: a black and colored 2-door sports car occupied 2 times.
Yes, everything's
Plate's
okay.
gonna be this.
He's in this
Give
academy
all that
with his
information
cadet.
before you come to a complete stop, because
So he's
it is
going through
very easy
scenarios
for
right
them
now.
to just jump out of that car and gun you down and be off in the wind, and you have no information that has been given out.
That makes complete sense.
Because
So
then
he's
you
in
can
one of
say,
these guys' positions right now.
you're attempting that traffic stop, so you're attempting to pull them over at this location, and then once you've given all that information, it's gonna be a black color 2-door occupied 2 times, plate is this, final stop is going to be at this location. That's where you finally come to a complete stop at. Then you have given all of your information before you even get out of your car, before you even come to a complete stop. Everybody on shift knows what you're doing, where you're doing it at, who's there. And
I
if shit
think
goes south, you
his
can
name
get help
is
with a brief
Wilson
information
Burke.
of what you got.
So he's a sibling or a cousin of Blaine. He's not Blaine.
Traffic stops can
That would be
easily
kind
turn
of
into the
silly.
biggest shit show.
Traffic stops are the most dangerous call you'll be going to, hands down, period. And the reason behind it is, if you're going to a
True.
shots fired call, you know what you're going into. You know what you're getting yourself into, because it's a shots fired call. You have the expectation of you're going to get shot at, or you're involved with a shooting. A traffic stop, somebody runs a red light, it's Michael Simone, who has a bomb in the car, that is a terrorist with an active warrant, that decides to throw a pipe bomb at you. There is so many different things that can happen on a traffic stop that you just don't know what can happen.
And I would say a very massive proportion of our big cases in the city have been started by a traffic stop, or
Yep.
ended by one. So basic police work leads to a lot of things, and this may seem, just kind of fundamental to learn, but it's essential. You have to know how to do a traffic stop. All right.
Good.
I'll get my cruiser out of the way.
And also, I know we're doing these little runs through and stuff, but it's never gonna be pretty. It's never gonna be perfect. No traffic stop in the city is ever really gonna run through like the one that Ripley showed you guys. Unless you run into like a very compliant individual, that is
Or an
very
off-duty cop.
uncommon. So what we're doing with our hazing and such, that's just gonna be what you're running into in the city on the daily. So don't feel like we're trying to bully you or do anything. We're trying to show you what you're gonna be up against.
Crying on the inside.
Mhm.
It's okay.
Alrighty, who is ready for the next one?
Oh, me next, me next.
Alright, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Joe was caught at a traffic stop. It's literally, you have to do traffic stops if you want to catch stuff happening, because people who are hiding stuff, a lot of the time, they don't drive very well.
Alright, engine off, windows down.
All right.
Dispatch 542 1038 at LSA Fire Station, heading northbound, requesting 177, 2 passengers in the vehicle.
Copy 542, showing you on a traffic stop, LSIA Fire Station. Any units available for 77?
Go ahead, Sheldon.
Well, he finally turned that siren off.
I know, it's so loud. What's taking so long?
So I'm trying to get the plate on my whatever that is on the bottom right. How do I refresh it?
Tilde. Or the little grave key. The one key to the left of your number 1 key at the top.
Yeah, do I have to be close or looking right at it?
So what you'll have to do is you'd have to back up your car and kind of turn the front to basically hover in front of the back of the vehicle again. So it does a little bit of an update. You don't have to be that close. It's just with the radar, sometimes you have to kind of adjust it because it picks up maybe another vehicle or whatever the case may be.
572 1023.
Copy 572, showing you attached to the traffic stop.
Yeah, so it's just picking up the license plate of the car that's behind me right now.
There might just be issues with it. We could just move past it and have him use dispatch. Did you hear me say that?
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
4-3 Victor Ida Victor 072.
Yeah. I see. Oh, okay, I got you now. Yeah, I thought it was the bottom one. Thank you.
So the bottom. So if you look at it, the bottom is the rear, the top is the front.
Gotcha. Thank you.
No problem. Happy to help.
All right, dispatch 542. I'm gonna need a plate run. 4-3 Victor Ida Victor 072.
Copy that. Activity Sean Richards. It's 74.
Oh.
Oh, what the
Appreciate it.
heck?
There's a man getting out of the car. Very fashionable man.
Damn it! I need to talk to you, Nakkida.
What? Okay.
That's my.
Oh.
What's up?
Oh, I want to get this done before we can. So, Rangers tomorrow. It's gonna be. Look. I'm very scared to put everybody together again because I don't want VoIP to break for 90 minutes. So I was thinking maybe we split up the Rangers to each do a presentation to each department.
Okay.
What do you think about that? Do you know, like, maybe
I don't
have you
know
do one? I don't know if
if-
you're gonna be around.
Yeah, I will be. I don't know if the others will though. I know I saw Minio and Bancroft, but I think Minio might have dipped out. I don't know what would be the best way to do it.
I'm so So what I'm gonna have people do to start tomorrow is we're gonna split up again in the same places so we don't break VoIP.
Yeah.
And then I don't know if we just have a rolling thing where we do tactics first in some groups and the Rangers in another, and you guys just swap. I think that might actually work out kind of well if we did it that way. Or one group
So,
gets
like
like the tactics HVTU people their
542,
spiel,
remind
and
me,
then
who did that
another
come
group
back
will
to?
get Rangers. Unless
and then
we
we
have
just
enough
rotate
people.
them out.
Yeah. I don't know.
I don't have an issue doing that, but I also, we could just do it in Discord because there's not a lot that I have to show people. It's more so just a review.
Oh, okay.
It's
then
5
we'll do that.
slides. It's not a lot.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. If you're okay with doing something like that, then that works.
Yeah, that's totally fine. There's not a lot I have to show people really, and like mechanically, that's just stuff they got to learn on their own.
Okay. Fantastic. We'll do Discord then.
Okay.
We'll just split everybody up.
Is that going to be is our segment the first thing?
I think it's. Hold on. I don't even remember if it's the. I think tactics might be first. Hold on. No. Oh, god damn it. Hold on. Yeah, see if you have anybody that wants to do it besides you, because if we're able to split it up, it might work out.
Okay.
Because then I mean, is there anything you would ideally want to show them how to do, or no? It's just like
not really.
It's
No.
just actually philosophy. It's just ideas.
Yeah, it's just how they get PC because Ranger PC is a little bit different than your regular officers. Like
Got it.
because we can search people at the fishing spots and such. We don't need to have PC exactly. Our PC is just seeing people do the act.
Got it. Okay, then we'll do Rangers first, and then we'll have the tactic stuff in city, and then we'll be good to go on the pursuit stuff.
Okay.
Thank you.
Who?
I-42, clear on last 1038, back 10-8. Office showing you 10-8.
Oh, I missed it. That's okay.
572 also today.
That was good. Copy 572, showing you 10-8 at 14.
Right. Last one, go and get in your car. Patty, right?
No, there's two more. Oh, or maybe there's one more.
We're gonna just do. He's gonna do one traffic stop, and then we're gonna have Bruce do felony stop. Once he gets back, and we're gonna go ahead and go into felony stops. So.
Wait to show me trying to catch up to a black two-door sports car 1038. I forgot. Do another round. Show me trying to catch up to a black two-door sports car. The driver of the vehicle, cut your engine, windows down. I got up to 38. I'm gonna talk to the driver. Driver.
Hello.
You know why I stopped you today?
Cause you want to bother us.
Yeah. Are you bored?
No, I'm not bored. You got a 10 board here? No, it's up to you because you were speeding.
10 board.
Okay. How fast was I going?
You were
Doing
going,
a 10 board.
60 in a 55 zone.
BDB advised of a 10 board LSIA.
Okay.
Can you show me your
So 572.
driver's license, please?
36 to 10 board.
Sure. Here you go.
10 board.
Thank you. Let me go back to my cruiser. I'll come back.
Copy. Showing
Poor cops for this.
572, 1023.
It's realistic.
Yeah, I'm seeing 4 cops for this. I'm gonna just check them in my MDW now.
4. I got foot chase, 1 female, black jacket, black pants, knife in hand.
572 in pursuit.
Put the knife down.
Put the knife down.
Put the knife down.
Okay.
Get back in the car and let's do our
Oh,
traffic stop.
fine.
Here, get in, get in.
Got
Vehicle leaving on scene.
stand by, stand by. Alright, individuals are back in the vehicle. Just keep that in mind.
Just wanted to see if you. Oh. Wanted to see how they'd react.
You guys need to get it together.
Yeah. Fucking this up. Okay, so Mr. Richards, you were going 16 to 55 zone. So I looked you up. You're a good person. You usually don't do anything illegal. So for this time, I'm gonna give you a site, like just a verbal warning. Don't do it next time. You're gonna get a real ticket.
All right.
I'm gonna get.
And
back
here's
to the
your
vehicle.
verbal warning. Don't do this again or I'm stabbing you next time.
Well, ma'am, that would be really, really wrong of you to do that.
I want to skin you.
Well, that's
I just said, get back in your car. Go get back in your car. We didn't want.
Okay.
I feel bad.
That was easy.
Alright, go ahead and come back, Richards and Nakkida. So let's go ahead and go over positives and negatives of this one.
Yo.
Alright, positives are that you did ask for somebody else to go after the individual that fled.
Yeah, I fucked it up real bad.
That's alright.
These are the times that you learn, and it's more of knowing what to do. So you're fine with what you did. I know you tried to call out the information beforehand. I think you were trying to get a little bit ahead of yourself.
Yeah,
just take a minute, breathe, one step at a time. There's no rush to doing these traffic stops. People will run from you. It's a given. It's gonna happen. But take your time and go one step at a time.
Yeah, I think it's all the steps. I would say I knew I was gonna fuck
Ladies
up.
and
like, a few
gentlemen, thank you for
steps.
the
I didn't call
gifted
dispatch.
sub.
I didn't run the plate. Then I didn't have information when I went there, but I did ask for his information, his paper. Finishing when I finished, I didn't call to say I finished the call.
Yep. So, remember, dispatch is here to keep you safe, and they're here to give you that information. So.
Okay, so change of plans. I just found out from Alex that we should be fine to just do it. I think I don't know if he's just
He fixed it?
crazy. Yeah, apparently it was just the server was hard locked, old server build. So
Okay.
we're gonna try it. We're gonna go to Beaver Bush. Start it at Beaver Bush tomorrow.
All right.
And hopefully
Sounds
we don't
good.
break. And if we do, it's all Alex's fault. So
Okay. Blame Alex.
100%. He
Okay.
better be around to fix it if it breaks.
Hopefully he will be.
Yeah.
Because I have no idea how to fix it.
I wanted to just go over so at one point I was like, let's just finish this and then let's move on to the next.
Normally I
All right.
detained her and got her in cuffs and everything.
Okay. Just want to let you know we're gonna just do it there.
Okay.
We'll do a presentation, and then we'll split up.
Sounds good.
I'm guessing that was probably deserved, but either way. Huh? Oh, nothing.
Yeah, I would have done something about that. I would have.
Yeah, normally I would have detained her, put her in cuffs.
I
She
wanted
would
to
have been
stab
arrested,
someone all day.
for
He was just
brandishing at the
there. I
least,
just
because she went running around with a knife out. But because we were focusing on traffic stops, I didn't want to kind of get bogged down with that. So let's go ahead and Bruce is still peeing against the wall. So let's go ahead and let's run back and do one more traffic stop with you and see, we'll run it back.
Okay.
And if I could ask how I did on my traffic stop, if you got any pointers for me?
Yeah.
You did good.
So go ahead, Richards.
I didn't. You did pretty good.
Yeah, I didn't really have any pointers.
He just made it so easy. I don't know. He's just there and
Yeah, I think
in
everything
front of
went
me.
rather smooth. There wasn't anything that stood out as a negative or anything like that. That I'd say.
Yeah, and he threatened me earlier when I was AFK. So
Okay, sounds good.
So
let's run this back. I want to prove I can do it.
Yeah, I mean, I know you can. So just run it back and we'll be good to go. Maybe just do a normal one with him. Just.
Yep.
And we can throw a curveball at one of the others
Yeah,
to see how they do.
I'll behave.
Maybe on the felony stop with Bruce.
I'm
because
trying to
he's
keep
got
it.
a bit of experience.
She's getting crazy. She ran around with a knife.
I know she's getting antsy in here, man.
I'm
She's getting
sorry.
antsy.
I'll calm down. I needed to stab someone. I got it out of my system.
It was good to go straight.
Oh, I've got problems.
Show me attempting to stop black 2-door sports car for 1038.
I'll be 582, showing you at 1038.
I'm on runway 1 of NSIA. Driver, I want you to stop the vehicle. Windows down.
We are stopped.
Dispatch, can you read me, can you check for 43 Vivian, Ida, Vivian 072?
Roger, wait, man. Coming back to a Sean Richards.
Sir, this is Patty Luke from the PSO. I'm stopping you because you were speeding. Give me your ID and registration, please.
Yeah, here you go.
Thank you very much. So, where are you going today?
Just going home.
You just in a hurry?
Yeah, I had a long day at work. Just trying to get home quick.
Okay. If you don't mind, I'm gonna go look that up and I'll come back.
All right.
Chop chop, our show's on.
Dispatch, can you check for warrants or anything on the last red?
Copy, wait, man. Negative and warrants, but he's about 3 points away from losing a license.
Alright, yeah, bye Martel, love you.
Helen, thank you for the 37 months.
Oh God, that plane. I hope it doesn't hit anybody.
I hope
oh no,
it
there's
does.
a group over there. There's a group over there.
Well, Mr. Richards, I gonna have to give you a citation today. First, 3rd-degree speeding.
Okay.
It is 3rd $375 and 1 degree on your license. I want to let you know that you have 1 point on your license. I want to let you know you have 2 points left on your license.
All right.
So be careful. And I'm going to charge you right now. And here's your ID. Have your save. But I'm going to go back to my vehicle. When I turn off my lights, you're ready to go.
All right.
Thank you.
Did you see me point my gun at him?
Huh?
Did you see that I pointed my gun
Yeah,
at him?
I did.
while he
I
was-
did.
You can go now.
All right. All right. So one thing
So I think there was. Oh, what the? You got a gun in your hand.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to point out was when you were standing right there. Oh,
Yep.
did you see me point my gun at you?
Not at all.
Yeah, that's you pull your. This is for all of you. You pull your MDW out on a scene or like
Yeah.
when you're by yourself, it could be over instantly.
Okay.
Yeah.
You wanna
Yeah.
get,
Anytime you're in your MDWB in your car, that's the only time you ever want to do that during a traffic stop because you can get shot.
I had my gun fully up and pointed at you. And you can't even see that because you're looking at your MDW.
Noted.
Or he
Yeah,
did
because-
notice it, and he's a big Chad.
Well, because no, so the thing is with your MDW pulled up, you can be handcuffed, putting gun down, held up, all that sort of stuff because you are distracted and in your MDW doing something else. So use the safety of your. So just because we have an MDW that is a tablet, I always think and always say that you're using your MDT inside your cruiser when you're running a traffic stop.
Yeah.
Running and using the computer that's inside your car, because in all actuality, that's what cops are doing. Not just doing pulling a tablet out their ass and using that. So that's why I always, whenever I'm running something MDW, I usually go back to my car. Even if I quote unquote grab my tablet out of my car, I'm still back at my car. That sort of stuff.
All right, let's probably get to a felony stop before we all get called in.
Yep.
Let's do it.
All right.
Thanks for rerunning it. I think it went
Yeah,
better.
it was a lot better the second time.
Yeah.
Did you want us to arrive at the felony stop immediately, or like give it a minute?
Bruce is gonna run it. Go off of what he does.
Okay, we'll do.
Off the trunk.
Is this a frunk?
Nope.
This might not have a trunk, actually.
No, it does. I just am being special.
Oh, there you go.
Dispatch 544, show me attempting to catch up to a black and colored two-door coupe. Looks like it might be slowing down. Final stop for this 38 is going to be northbound runway 1, LSIA. Vehicles occupied 2 times, dark in color. Can I get additionals? 77. White 2.
572. 76.
Copy
542, same
544.
traffic. Showing you in that 38 northbound
What's going on?
LSIA and copy additionals attaching.
Dispatch 544, can I get a play check?
Send it.
Why is there so many cops?
43 Victor India Victor 072.
How many cops?
Copy, that's
I
coming
thought
back
they
to
booked it.
Sean Richards. It's flagged 1099.
If we're going to be doing a felony stop,
I think they know we
pulled up on my
stole
left,
this
Trisha
car.
pulled up on the right.
They might know.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I think they know.
Whoa.
Fourth vehicle pull up along the far left.
Hey, you want me to get out and run and stab one of them?
Exit in 3,
It might need to. This is gonna be good.
Driver.
Whoa!
Turn your vehicle off and keep your windows down.
All right.
Driver, toss your keys out the window. Passenger, stay seated. Driver, I need you to step out and look through your eyes and keep facing away from us. Raise your hands for me. Driver, raise your hands. Now look through your eyes. I'm gonna need you to take 3 steps to your left. Vehicle to my left, you're gonna be taking him. I'm gonna have him walk back to you though. Driver, take 3 steps backwards. Take 1 step to your left, 1 step backwards.
Going
One more step backwards.
Are you gonna get out and attack them?
Nah, I'm gonna wait until they get out.
You want me to get out and attack them?
I mean, you can.
What do you think they do?
Right, keep your
They
gun
probably
pointed
shoot
at
you.
the passenger there. It's hard for me to see her. I can't see anything.
You want me to do it?
Does anything.
I mean, we'll see if they actually shoot you. I was debating about getting out and pulling a gun and see if they actually shot me.
Okay.
Driver secured.
Driver secured. Back in position.
Never. Now go to direct the passenger coming out. Passenger, step out of the vehicle with your hands up. Ma'am, look away from us. Listen to the sound of my voice. I want you to keep looking through your eyes. I'm going to have you take 4 steps backwards. Go ahead and take your steps backwards. Ma'am, stop. Ma'am, stop moving. Keep guns on the car. No sudden movements, ma'am. Going for cuffs.
I tried.
Oh, I didn't do nothing.
Sorry, ma'am. We'll get this sorted out here in just a moment.
What are you searching me for? Get
Make
your
sure there are no
hands
weapons
off
on
me.
Ma'am, I've taken your knife off you for the time being. I'm just going to have you stationed right back here, all right? Oh, trunk's opening.
We got a runner. We got a runner.
One north there, one north there.
Sitting here with
Keep see what's going on. 2 of us staying back here behind with the suspects.
He's got he's aiming a gun. Currently in a shootout.
Shot fired. Shot fired.
Suspect is down.
Stay with him, stay with him. Status?
Suspects in cuffs.
Five 1095 on latest suspect.
EMS PD.
So I'm gonna search you right now.
That should have been me.
Are you searching me?
For my safety?
You're just searching me for your safety.
52s on my 20 north airfield of LSA.
Sir, I'm noticing a large bulge. You have a weapon on you?
I do.
He's under
Where is
arrest.
it
You can
located on
search
your
him.
body?
What am I under arrest for?
So
The vehicle
for
that
your
you're
arrest?
currently that vehicle is flagged, as well as the owner of it. Have you gotten his name yet?
His name is Sean Richards.
Oh, so you're just gonna look in my pockets and
Sir,
get my name?
So there's a warrant for your arrest on that. Well, there's a warrant for you, and the vehicle came back to the owner as flagged. So we place you under arrest until the time being, or at least detained at a minimum. All right, ma'am. Let's go ahead and get your mask off you here.
All right, let's go ahead and head back over to the hangar. We got to get back to the FTOs.
Let me go.
No, don't do it.
Is there a quick way to just uncuff? Or
No, I don't think so. Not
yeah,
anymore.
you have to do the uncuff, soft cuff, uncuff, cuff.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, we'll talk about that afterwards if you guys want to meet up really quick. Talk about that.
Yes.
So what we'll go ahead and do is we'll do a debrief once we are finished with everything to kind of go over how felony stop went and all that sort of stuff, and then we'll talk once they're done with everything at the hangar, right?
Sure.
Or I guess while we're waiting for everybody else over there. Alright, if you guys want to come over here, we'll go ahead and do a debrief for the felony stops real quick, and then we'll get everything sorted on where we were at.
If you two want to take primary on how things went with that one, you're good to go on how the felony stop. I noticed a couple things while in the trunk because I was just kind of watching. But Richards, go ahead and go first.
First thing, when the passenger was moving, or first thing was when you get the driver in cuffed, you need to make sure you put him in the car, right? If you just put me behind the car, and like what happened, they start shooting. I'm very vulnerable, and then if someone gets shot while you have them in cuffs, they're your responsibility. Like I would sue you for just leaving me in cuffs in the middle of a shootout.
Yeah, and same thing kind of goes as well with it's easy for somebody to come up behind. So because all of you guys were watching the car, if there was a fourth party involved, they could have come up behind and just uncuffed them or grabbed them and they would have been gone.
Yeah, the only reason
my
I left.
suggestion would be to, just put them in the car and that should be good.
Yeah, the only reason I left her out
because
was
the thing is
during
you can put them in the car and then take them back out once the scene's secure and you have everybody in custody and
Not really,
everything's
no, Jar.
safe. You can take them back out and search them. Because basically you're putting them in the car for their safety and yours.
The only reason I left her out of the vehicle after I had searched her was when they were doing the practical one out here. They said leave them out unless it's a traffic issue. So I wasn't quite sure of.
Yeah, they kind of I don't know why they explained it like that. I don't agree. I think the way that I was taught was to always just put them in a vehicle and explain to them, this is for your safety, you're just being detained. And then later on you can talk to them, you can pull them back out, and they'll be safe. So I think that was kind of unclear in the demonstration.
I was really paranoid because you were behind me, and I was like, this doesn't feel right. I should have put him in the car. But then I'm not just gonna stop pointing my gun in the car to put you in the car. So I just went with it.
Yep. Only other thing that I know, well, one of the other things was, so when Tessa was backing up and she backed up too far, a couple of you turned and pointed your gun
towards
at
you.
her. Yep. So you want to, if you're not the primary, your gun is on the vehicle at all times.
Okay.
Right? Because if you turn to your right, then you're pointing your gun at your fellow officers. That's not good.
Yep, that's what I was gonna say. Is I was
you hear me
watching to
say-
see who kept their guns on the vehicle and who turned. So everybody except for Shelly over here and Sheldon actually pointed their firearms at Tessa. but he kept his gun pointed at the vehicle, and then when Bruce said something, he turned and you guys turned and put the firearm back at the vehicle. But just keep that in mind, because when you're pointing that gun, everybody literally turned their gun and pointed at their fellow officer, and you were in crossfire in that situation. Because if she had pulled a knife and tried to stab Bruce or whatever, or stab one of the other officers, it would have ended real bad.
True.
So.
Don't ask.
Tessa, you got anything?
Okay.
No, I think we covered pretty much everything.
Good deal. I appreciate you guys your time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Did we call out the suspect jumping out of the truck and running on foot correctly?
Yep, you guys did really well, and I didn't actually have anything to say negative about that whole situation. I was glad that you guys all communicated that he pulled a firearm. He has a firearm, gun pointed, gun, all that sort of stuff. And then you even calling suspect down. I think just Bruce didn't hear it. And so just kind of keep in mind when you're like saying you said it once, but then he said, "What's the status?" Say it again, and just say, "All right, we have one suspect down, and then we have one officer injured or one officer down or whatever the case may be."
I was worried that there might have been a fourth individual over there, and you guys were now all hostile.
Yeah. Only other thing I had, I know we cut it off, but after you have the guy that you shot down secured, you still need to clear the vehicle, right? There's still be someone else in the trunk.
Yeah.
So you're still not code 4 there. You need to go back, clear the vehicle, and then once you know you have everybody in custody, then it's code 4.
Were we in the right when it came to searching both of you and taking any weapons off of you at that time?
That's kind of up in the air. So
I suppose if we're to
essentially,
stick you in.
How's your training going?
me getting searched was a little bit, unclear, because I could have just been a passenger. I might not have known that he was, stealing the car. I might not have known he was wanted. So I don't know if my search was correct, but he was in possession of a stolen vehicle. He was under arrest. You had a PC to search him at that point. The only thing I would say is articulate that you were going to search someone. I think both of you guys actually did not say that you were searching us. Just, communicate with people and make sure that you're talking through what you're doing. I know you guys are probably just, overwhelmed. This is a lot to go over. But just try to communicate and tell them, hey, I'm GSR testing you. Hey, I'm going to be placing you in cuffs. I'm going to remove these taser just talk to people. They're not just a limp body that you're manipulating,
Yeah. I think I communicated with Richards, but he put a doubt in my mind, which was...
That's right.
Yeah.
And people will do that. They won't think
Yeah,
that you have the right to do it.
No worries. Hope you,
I personally wouldn't have searched me for weapons, but if you frisked me and I had, a bulge or something, you might have just asked if you could take that. Because all I had was a knife, and, it could have been a gun or whatever, but you should always just frisk someone first and check.
One thing I just want to point out to you guys, throughout the whole day, though, I appreciate you guys not taking around and everything and paying attention the whole time. Let us go through everything, and you guys were a great group.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And you've been a great trainer.
So most situations, I know you guys have been in the field for a bit longer, quite a bit longer than all of us. In most normal situations, when it comes to doing a felony stop like that, and they do comply, and there is a warrant, and you get them all out.
I can't hear you anymore.
Uh-oh, you just cut out.
Hello.
Is he good? Is he good?
Just grab them.
Oh, there he goes.
Do a quick frisk and then. Can you hear me now?
Bruce, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can hear you now, though.
In most of those situations, would you just frisk them and put the?
Oh
He
no!
cuts off at the perfect
Same
time.
Oh my God, Bruce.
Can you hear me?
Oh.
It's okay, Bruce.
Just take your time. Don't take deep breaths.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
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 Okay. To the point. How would you have handled the suspects in that situation after they stepped out?
I would have put them in the car. I personally, if I'm handcuffing somebody, I'm not gonna immediately search them. So what I would do is I would handcuff them and I would take them to the vehicle. I would tell them, you are just being detained at this time. We're gonna finish up this stop.
Everybody get to the front of the hangar.
And then I would, at that point, just finish the stop. And then once I got them out, that's when I would do any kind of searching or frisking or whatever that I needed to
Okay,
do.
cadets in the front, come on.
There's not
here.
every type of party up in
We're gonna go.
Joseph.
You're on the
Thank you.
front, cadets. Alright, there we go. Good thing, good thing. Just line up.
That was clean as fuck, bruh.
Never. Your hair is like half my size.
Okay, are we good? Everybody here?
Yeah, we good.
Okay.
Are you?
Everybody shut up.
Why is
Listen.
that so good? What the fuck?
First thing is, congratulations on completing your first day of academy. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for taking this seriously. I know it's a lot of stuff to learn and a lot of very overwhelming sometimes. But don't worry, most of you probably will get through this. Anyway, for tomorrow, we are going to start at 12, which is EST. And like I said, if you
Amazing.
need
Thank
the
you so much for
conversions,
that raid. I appreciate
you
it.
can go
Welcome,
and look
everybody.
at the announcements channel, and it should be automatically converted for you. We're going to meet at the Beaver Bush Station. We're going to start with the Ranger section, and I've been assured that we should be okay voice-wise. So we're going to head over there, and we're going to do the Ranger section first. Please do not join this server no earlier than 15 minutes beforehand. Everybody got that? If you are a
Understood.
cadet, you do not join this any earlier than 15 minutes before 12, a quarter of. Okay? All right, and then once we get done with that, we're gonna head into tactics section with HVTU, and I believe Bass will be there for that too. We'll do a little bit there, and then we'll get into the good, fun stuff. We're gonna be doing pursuits and comms and foot bails, stuff like that. Tomorrow will be a long day, probably. Be prepared. Today we're gonna go probably for another 20 minutes, maybe 40 minutes if necessary, at most, if you want to stick around and anybody here wants to help out. After that, everybody needs to get the hell out of here. Rest up for the long day tomorrow, but hopefully it will be also a lot of fun. Okay? Thank you, guys. Do you want to ask a fucking question?
I was gonna ask, like, how long do you think tomorrow's gonna be? I mean,
I don't know.
I would say minimum 6 hours.
Minimum 6. Probably a lot more if we're gonna get everybody some time. But obviously, if you have commitments, you can leave early if you want. But we're gonna designate a lot of time tomorrow for all the festivities, I guess. Okay. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate it. Get some rest, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Now clap for Montes because he organized all of this for us. Now!
Thank you,
You better
man.
thank your goddamn sheriff!
This is a special thing.
Yeah, you saw it. Everyone saw it. Tessa Get him, Tessa.
Alright, if you guys want to stick around for more traffic
Don't you
and
attack
so
my
on,
gabagooler,
come to this place here where I am.
My gabagool's actually here.
More south.
Hey,
I'll see you in 20
What's up,
minutes.
Hydra? I called out of work today.
Alright, good work today, y'all. Alright, bye-bye. I was just
Anybody who
about
wants to stay for traffic? FDO Stu, who wants to help?
If you guys aren't gonna actively work and practice on things, please head out of here. No screwing around. Oh, hey, one more thing. So tomorrow, not everyone's gonna have that menu anymore.
Okay.
So it's gonna be the admins, basically the public admins, and I think me and Emu will have it, and that's about it.
All right. I should be
So-
able to help if you guys need.
Yeah, because we're probably gonna need fix and stuff, right? So,
Yeah, yeah.
And Nova's here, Casanova's here, so he'll help.
Okay.
Stab's gonna be here.
Yeah, if need be, I
I don't
can-
know if Loving Your Style, is she gonna be here? I think she is, right?
She's got a cadet, I thought.
Yeah, so she'll be able to be here too for that stuff. But
Yeah, and if need be, I can just, I don't need to be a part of a group. I can just zoom around.
yep, probably gonna be on fixing car patrol.
Okay.
A lot of the times.
Sounds good to me.
So, all right. Thank you.
Mm.
Yeah, obviously try as much.
For FBOs. Just split to groups, to be honest. Okay, alright, let me just double check if this is it. Alright, is that
Bum, bum, ba, ba, da, ba, ba. All right. Well,
We're gonna split into groups now. Okay. Okay. No, are you staying with us? Okay. Alright, so we'll do. You want to be 4 till Sheldon, and then 1, 2.
all right. Well, since tomorrow's going to be kind of a longer day, I think we'll just go ahead and call it there. I think that sounds good to me. Yeah. I'll do the whole thing tomorrow as well. Even though it's kind of our off day, I will still be present. I will be helping out. But yeah. We'll do a little bonus thing since I skipped out on yesterday's stream and today's was kind of short. What else? What else? I don't know. I think that's it. I hope that everybody had fun. I hope that the cadets got a lot of good information, and it's not as in-depth as I would really like it to be, obviously, just because there's just too many people. Like, God, there's so many cadets. So not everyone's getting that one-on-one time that I would really like them to have, but hopefully they all got a chance to, like, experience something and get at least one thing under their belt. And I think this is really, really good for us because as a PD, we've sort of lost a lot of the academy-esque style training in the last year or so, and I think it's really, really imperative that we do this kind of thing a lot. Just so that we can make sure that our methods aren't drifting away. And I'm glad that they opened up this extra server to do that. Because it's so important. Academy is extremely helpful to a lot of people. It helps the FTOs too, I think. Because it gives them a chance to, like, think things through and how they're training people as well. The fundamentals. Everybody could use a refresh. But, yeah. Kid Amazing, again, thank you so much for that raid. Welcome, everybody. I'm sorry I'm kind of dipping out right...
Hey, are we still doing anything, or...?
Right at the end.
I got disconnected.
Oh my god, he's talking in Discord. That was weird.
Wow.
Is anything still going on, or...?
Yeah, we're at LSI doing, like, traffic shit. Optional, basically. LSI.
I'm gonna dip out of that. I don't really need to do the optional stuff. I think I'm good. I think they've got enough helpers. I think I know who I want to send you guys off to. My dear friend, Aurora Mist. She is celebrating her 8-year stream anniversary, which is crazy. She's a wonderful lady. She doesn't do GTIRP, but she does watch. She's a very close personal friend of mine, and I love her to death, and I hope that you guys will send her some love.
3.2 doing?
She absolutely deserves it. And yeah, I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. I know we had a lot of technical issues at the beginning, but we stuck it out. Oh god, audio is annoying. But anyway, I hope that you guys stay safe. I hope that you are kind to yourselves and one another. I will see you tomorrow for day 2 of Academy. And yeah, get some good rest, and we'll see you tomorrow. And then show Aurora some love, please. Thank you. Goodbye.